And we're good to go.
All
Switch
right.
to, yeah, just that white square.
Okie dokie.
And I think you can leave the cursor on or off that screen. I don't think it matters which.
Let's set it over here.
It has been a hot minute since we played, so we're probably going to be relearning these controls a little bit here.
Absolutely.
So we will apologize in advance. The last time we booted this up, according to Steam, at least the last time I booted it up, was December 30th of last year. So it's been a little bit.
It's been a hell of a year already.
How much do you remember from the story of this, if anything?
Okay, so we got this big whatchamacallit that took blonde dude out of his futuristic time, and then now he's in this weird place at a different time that has been, like, they've been fighting this thing for a long time. His dad is kind of sort of dead, but is also the thing that's in the sky. He is trying to defeat his dad, like the big thing. They're currently, because we had the, what is it called? Chocobos?
The Chocobos, yeah.
Yeah, Chocobos. We were just running around with them. We had that big fight where, like, we wholeheartedly lost. We got our asses kicked.
Yeah.
And now there's a bunch of dead people everywhere, and is that it?
That's the small and large of it. I'll go over the details as we hop in here. But yeah, you got the gist of it, right? Is this guy's initially from Xanarkand. He got pulled out of his time by Sen and put 1,000 years into the future. It looks more like it's in the past because it's semi-apocalyptic. Like, not full apocalyptic, but all the futuristic stuff has been destroyed in favor of keeping towns and the like small because it draws sin in, which is the big bad. Orin is
technology is the thing that draws sin in.
It's technology and, like, high volumes of people also are the two big things that have been described right now. Orin, who was with your dad on the previous adventure, did mention that Sin is Jekt. He didn't really specify all the details of that, but, like, did mention that Sin is Jekt, so that was the big wham line. Your character's a blitzball player, so we went through the blitzball scene, won the cup for the Aurochs, so that plot point is kind of done. You can still do blitzball later on, but we're not going to worry about it for the time being. The other big character, Yuna, which is the brunette, the one that's in that middle picture on the file you've selected, her goal is as a summoner to defeat Sin because she's the only one, or the summoners are the only ones that can defeat Sin, which starts by praying at all the temples to get the Aeons, which the Aeons are the big, the big ones, the ones that you're controlling.
Kind of things,
Yep, I believe you're about to be, at Djose Temple, as it says right there.
I think I have 2.
You have 2, yes. There's one you get automatically when you get Union in your party, in the Besaid trial, and then we did the other one for Ifrit, I think is the de facto name. I don't remember what we changed it to, which is the fire-based one. And then we got the Djose one. Yeah, this is just after the whole issue of the Al-Bhed, which are the ones with, like, the different eye colors, and the regular humans teamed up, even though normally they don't like each other because the Al-Bhed use Machina, which is the machines that the other ones don't like, but they're trying to team up to get rid of Sin, and then you have that whole moral quandary of, like, they're trying to do what's best for everybody. That's the exact same thing we want. And yeah, they promptly got swiftly annihilated, if not just outright disintegrated into a million pieces, so now we're dealing with the aftermath of that.
They straight up dead.
Yep.
Pretty sure this one is mine. So, for the record...
Yeah, you definitely don't have airship yet. You don't have an airship yet, so I'm very sure that one's yours.
Okay.
So I do remember this when last I plugged this in. I did say I was going to go level grind for you. The problem is you can't go back. Until you've cleared Djose Temple. So as a result, yeah, I have not done any leveling whatsoever.
Right, let's go.
But you won't need that for the temple, because as you already know, with the Cloister fucks, as I call them, or the Cloister Trials, there are no monster encounters in there. So. Oh, I forgot about this scene.
I beg your pardon, but may I ask your name?
My earbud is in.
I am summoner Yuna.
It'll come back.
Okay.
Hopefully.
As I thought, the daughter of Lord Braska.
My father.
Oh, there it is.
Knew him?
You knew
No.
him.
I have never met.
Wait, you look like your father, but I never met your father.
I am
Of course.
Isari.
There's a statue in Besaid of her dad.
Oh, okay.
I'm Posse. Please.
Posse.
Oh,
And
God.
I'm Maroda. I'm guarding my big brother here.
Since I was a child. I've
Okay, I want to
always
make some
looked
kind of
up to
snarky
Lord
thing
Braska.
about his, like,
I
boob
wish
breastplate,
I
but
would
that's actually
someday
for, like,
become a high
archers.
summoner
So
Yeah.
like she was.
I'm gonna keep that to myself.
You
But it
must
is
have
funny
some of your father's
if you
talent
don't know
in
that
you.
they're.
I believe you might
I forget
someday
how-
defeat sin.
These graphics did not age the best.
Probably because it's 21 years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
And
funny
that's
thing is,
fair, that's valid.
I actually think, believe it or not, in the original, and maybe it's because it's played on a TV that uses RCA cables instead of HDMI. I think the original looks better than the remake in a lot of things. I think it does really well for like broad pictures, like backgrounds and stuff. For like small character stuff like this, like hair and whatnot, I don't think it's as good.
Well, because I was gonna say too, like all of these guys, it's super defined, and then this guy is
Yeah.
just all smudged, and it's like, did you forget him?
So
Or
the
did you
thing
just
that
determine he was enough of a side character that he didn't get a revamp?
yeah, probably that's part of it. You've probably already also realized through playing enough N64 games, because remember this is 2002, so it's about the same era.
Yeah.
Is that a lot of faces didn't have the shapes; it was just a texture of a face that was put on.
Crusaders. Seems that summoners have been going out on pilgrimage and just disappearing.
It could just be the fiends got.
I do like the color palette he's got though. The blues are really nice.
Dude, yeah, and the green,
Sorry,
like,
I don't know more.
check it.
But watch
It's nice.
your back. Ain't much future for a guardian without a summoner, eh?
What? What y'all talking about?
We're
I am
talking
not
about
certain.
doing your job as a guardian.
oh,
Hey, I'm doing good.
You know
Oh my
what you are,
God.
Posse? You're a kindergarten.
uh,
That's not even a joke. That's something that comes up in X2.
oh my god.
Yeah. It's not much of a spoiler to say that Posse survives. He's not important to the story in this game at all.
He's not
This is
relevant.
like the only scene he's in.
Well, there you go. See ya never.
Hasta nunca.
The cloister of trials lies within. Are you
Cloister.
prepared?
The cloister, fuck. God,
Am I
hate these
prepared?
things. Yep, we're prepared. I'm pulling up the walkthrough right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you'll remember, going through these, is that there's a destruction sphere in each of these that gives you a very good weapon. The staff you have on Yuna that you got in Besaid is still the same one you're using now.
Of course, of
It
course.
is still applicable. Alright. Let's see. Oops, that's Besaid Temple. I don't want that. Let me give it a minute. Kilika, that was the other one. Which was the city we saw that Sin destroyed. That's not the right one. Alright, there we go. Alright, Djose Temple. So yeah, first thing you want to do is take the two spheres and insert them onto the slots at the door. And since you can only carry one at a time because Titus only has one hand,
Oh my god. Please. There you go.
yeah, this is the other thing is this isn't even just a controller thing, it's just precise movements was not the best back then. That's not even just a PlayStation thing either. That's blanket across all consoles. In the next room, take the two Djose spheres from the side and insert them into the slots at the right wall. This will light up the pillar above. Yes, I'm aware this is blind, but trust me, like, you can spend the better part of an hour in some of these trials. We don't want to take that long.
Okay. Oh. Duh.
As a side note, while you're doing this, I'll mention this. This is something more on my end. Is just because the first one that you did was a fire-based one, and this one's more of an electricity-based one, does not mean that they're all going to be like elemental-based. A fair few of them will. As you get later in the game, they kind of just drop that theme. So don't get too surprised with seeing that. All right, push the pedestal with the Djose sphere that's already in there to the right. And then that will charge the pillar itself underneath that little thing you just created. Like so. And so that will charge the Djose sphere, so you can take that and insert it into the right slot at the north wall. Which should open the wall.
Okay, at the right slot on the north wall.
Yep.
Am I?
I was going to say,
There it
I'm
is.
not going to be much help with spying, because A, I will admit it's pretty dark on the screen, and B, I'm farther back from the the monitor than you are.
Both are valid.
Alright, so the wall will open, so take the 2 Djose spheres, the ones on the right that you already had, and fit those into the pedestal. That little thing you saw on the ground that was flashing, that's just something, if you step on it, it resets the pillar back to its starting position. Those are in most of the trials. Because while you can lock yourself out of the destruction sphere temporarily, you can't lock yourself out of, like, doing the puzzle, thank God.
Otherwise, I would have done that a long time ago. Okay.
That's something that I would give all bad puzzles a pass. If there is some way to reset it so you can't, like, have to soft reset, I will always give, like, slight points for that. Because all it takes is playing one game where you do that. To be like, wow, they didn't even bother to check for that. Let's see, so you are at pedestal. Insert the pedestal. Push the pedestal north from where you are until it falls into the pit. It will stay afloat. Because that's how electricity works.
Absolutely.
Apparently it's actually a wind tunnel, who knew? Step on it to get to the other side. You can jump across it, yeah. You don't have to hit a button. Well, maybe you have to hit a button, but you don't have to time it.
I did not have to hit a button. You just hold forward.
Yep. Press X to push the pedestal. Yep. That will activate part of the symbol outside, as you just saw. Go back into the previous room and take the charged Djose sphere and insert it to a left slot on the wall. Or to the left slot on the same wall, sorry.
Yes.
Words are hard.
Oh, on the left one.
I keep losing where I am. In the same room, go left and step on the shining panel on the floor to get the pedestal back at the center. Take the 2 Djose spheres and insert them into the slots in the first room. This will complete the symbol. I don't usually give credit to this company that often, but I will say, congratulations to, of all things, IGN for actually giving, like, a good guide on something.
This first room?
Yeah. It said in the first room.
Oh, there you go. I forgot where it was.
It should be like the wings, sort of that symbol. Yeah.
I forgot where the things on the wall were.
Surprisingly, this isn't a very long cloister either. I think I told you on the first one, like, they get way worse than this, and they do, but this one's not too bad.
Because last one I took forever to do.
Well, that was because we were looking for where to put the destruction sphere, and I ended up looking it up, and we were like, oh, that's where it went. The actual puzzle part of it wasn't that hard. A platform will appear at the center, as you just saw. Right it up to the next area. Push the 5 pedestals here. Once done, another pedestal will appear. 2 of them are kind of hard to see. They're kind of angled back, but they are there. We'll give props to the music in here. It's surprisingly, for like as basic as it is, it's not annoyingly repetitive.
Absolutely.
Which there's only like one other game I can think of that's kind of like that, and it's some of the underground soundtrack for Terraria. Where like the soundtrack for Terraria never gets old. Like I'm never like, man, I've been listening to this for like 20 minutes and this is awful.
That was my biggest, on my Spotify Wrapped, that was my number one thing.
Yeah, it was Terraria.
I was like, wow, you listen to a lot of Terraria in Stardew Valley.
It's good, man. If it's good, it's good. Alright, so that was the other pedestal. Go back down to the previous area and head left.
Why?
There should be a glowing glyph now on the wall.
Ugh. See, I would never be able to do this on my own.
Yeah, I can see it there, kind of flashing. Go ahead and touch it, and that should reveal the destruction sphere.
There it is.
See, this kind of falls in line with some of the puzzles that we'll see whenever we get around to doing Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. Of some of them are like, yeah, I get how the puzzle works, but it's like nobody in their right mind would do that unless they'd exhausted every other option.
Hey, like, why are you going back?
Here to insert the destruction sphere. Oh, you went to the end, I think.
Hey.
Yep, you did.
Oh, damn. My bad.
Do you want to go back and get the item that was there?
Is it worth it?
It's a magic sphere, so it's one that of those that you can place on the sphere grid into an empty node, and it gives you magic +4, which is the highest value you can get for a magic boost.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, you should be able to reset it from here, like hitting start or something like that.
You know this riffraff?
I forgot about this. Yeah, you can just close it manually too, because once you close the window, it'll pull up the main menu, and then you can just hit Final Fantasy X.
That's bright. Okay.
Just move that window slightly real quick to make sure that it's still legible on stream. Yep, it's still good.
Sweet. Okay.
It shouldn't adjust anyways, but just make double sure.
Speaking of music, so there's this guy that was over in the snack bar, like a public area, right?
Right.
And he was listening to the first, 8 notes of the Mario thing on repeat. On repeat. It wasn't, ears blasting full volume, but, it was...
Weird to only
Definitely
listen to the
notable.
first 8 notes.
And then after 10 minutes of this, 10 minutes, he pulls out headphones from his bag.
Oh, right, this might be bothering some other people.
I'm like, what kind of psycho?
I think my favorite one that I've heard out loud is one that I played that's the ones that are intentionally frustrating because they don't air quote finish. And the Mario one, it's it goes da 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 da, and it just keeps going up and up and up, but never actually finishes the notes. It just gets to a point where you can't hear it anymore.
There were people studying for finals there.
Yeah, it's could you not do that, please?
What? After 10 minutes, pulls out his headphones. They were Bluetooth headphones, and they were in his backpack.
Yeah, so it wasn't even the wire won't reach far enough, because there is no wire.
Or even I thought I had it plugged in, but it isn't. No. He
No,
wasn't
you're
even
just
trying to
annoying.
use them. I was sitting with the other hall directors at the table, and I was getting increasingly irritated because I would start a sentence, and then da-da-da-da-da-da.
Does anybody have a rock or strong bread roll that they don't want to eat? You should be able to hit through this, by the way. There should be some button.
Aha.
Speaking of having the weird controls, I will say also, since I've been watching somebody play Danganronpa V3, the keyboard controls in that game, I don't know what the fuck they were doing. Do you remember speeding up in the trial, the conversation so you can get to the point you need?
Yeah.
Escape is the speed up button.
No.
Why?
Absolutely not.
And you know what the button to figure out your controls is, since escape isn't it? F3.
Beg your pardon.
I am summoner you.
F1 and F2 don't do anything.
The daughter of Lord
It's
Brass.
so weird.
Father. You
Apparently on controller it's fine, but it's very bizarre on keyboard.
And
I'm
Regarding
Patsy.
Since I was a child, I wished I would see.
Faster.
You must have. I believe.
I gotta shuff the voice acting. Not a lot of games did near full voice acting at this point in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them either intentionally avoided dialogue if it was the right genre, or just did an opening thing and left it there. This was past the point where soundbite data was very precious, though, because it used to take up,
absolutely.
for the time, it used to take up a lot of space, Super Nintendo era.
Mm-hmm.
If you're recording a sound file, you better make sure that thing works perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
You are marauders.
I heard it from. Seems that summoners
Precious.
have been.
It could
My
just
precious.
be the.
Sorry, I don't know. Ain't much future for a.
He is actually giving you slight advice there. It's not ultimately important for the journey, but it's giving foreshadowing the stuff later of
Do your job.
summoners disappearing.
Will do.
Mm-hmm. I did note that, yeah.
Yeah.
Posse.
Oh.
We're
Get out of here.
He was the only guy in my playthrough that I was absolutely sure that he was on my side the entire time, and spoiler alert, he is.
Good.
Because it's why would he warn you about something he was trying to do?
all right.
Okay, we're gonna play a game called Do I Remember?
All right.
I mean, I still got it up. I can just read it again.
I'm gonna see if I can remember it.
All right. Thankfully, this first room's pretty easy since there's only one thing you can do. I'm trying to remember which trial it is. But there's one that, like, it might be the most butt-ass ugly rooms you'll ever see. It's really disgusting looking.
Yeah.
Not like the puzzles are hard, it just physically looks really gross.
There were some spots over in, oh god. I'm trying to remember if it was one of the Zelda games that just looked really grody.
We've done, on this channel, we've done Ocarina of Time, we've done Skyward Sword.
Well,
I think
it was one of those two, I just don't remember which one.
I mean,
Skyward Sword.
I'm not, this is more personal preference, and it might be because I live in a desert. I really don't like desert areas in games that much.
They're...
Because it's all brown, it's all sand, like...
The Sand Pirate one was really cool.
Yeah, that one's cool. That one I like.
But largely, it's kind of otherwise.
And I actually do like Gerudo Valley and Gerudo Fortress from Ocarina of Time. And I don't mind the Spirit Temple. I think it's actually one of my more favorite of the adult temples, personally. I think my least favorite is probably the Water Temple. Not because it's hard, but just having to go into the menu to unequip and re-equip the boots over and over again. Which, thankfully, if you play the 3DS version, the boots are actually set to, like, one of your C items, so you can just tap X or whatever button to turn the boots on and off, rather than going into a menu. So, the problem I had with it personally got fixed. And I actually do, even though I prefer the original to the 3DS remake, I can recommend the 3DS remake for Ocarina. I can't recommend it for Majora's Mask. I think it's outright bad. They, like, shift around item layouts, and it's a mess. Plus, I think it kind of falls in that category of, like, sometimes older graphics help to add to, like, the spooky factor, like Silent Hill. And so by throwing it into HD, which it was never meant for, it just doesn't really work. Did you charge it?
I did.
Did you take the sphere and put it into the right slot on the north wall? Specifically the charged one?
No, I did that one.
Yeah, those need to be on the right, the far right. The far left. We never did end up playing Cards Against Humanity that night, did we?
No.
Now that I think about it. Oh well.
We should have done more. But it was getting late.
Yeah. I even brought Jackbox with me just in case we wanted to do something that didn't require physical pieces.
Then I gotta put it back in there, right?
Yes, I believe so. If the door closes, then the answer is no. If the door doesn't close, then the answer is yes.
Oh. Now we know the answer.
Yep.
I think we get the other one.
Yeah, you need to take the two spheres on the right recesses and put them in. I think technically just one works, but might as well take both. Follow the guide. There's, like, some small leeway with how some of the puzzles work. Like, for example, when you leave the trial, if you've got a sphere in your hand, it doesn't matter. Like, the trial will end regardless. So you don't have to go back looking for a recess to put it in, which is nice, because that would be a pain in the ass otherwise.
Over here. Hello? There you go. It's just really particular.
Yeah. I will say doing the cloister first is actually probably a blessing in disguise, because it will let us get used to the controls again before having, like, 7 party members and going into combat and remember how to switch out and who's got what on their weapon abilities and all that stuff. It's not quite as tuba sounding as the Dayan units from Fire Emblem, but it's getting there. If it was a tuba, it would be even more hilarious.
say
Yeah,
now.
you are correct so far.
See, I can do this all by myself, you guys. I say.
I was about to say, sentences said moments before disaster.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely gonna turn around and go right back into the spot and get myself locked out again from the item. Alright. Ta-da!
You did it. And up we go.
Okay, I press everything and then I go back down because of course I do.
Yep, and that'll make the glyph appear on the wall. Ironically enough, this is probably one of the trials that uses like the touching the glyphs on the wall thing the least, because you only really have to do it once here.
Yeah.
There's some where like you have to do it everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm trying to think which one I think is the worst. It's probably the ice one, which oddly enough doesn't have too much to do with ice physics, thank God.
Thank goodness.
I think it's just that puzzle style is not one I gel with, personally. The last one's pretty weird, too. Hope you like Tetris.
Actually, I kinda do. Alright. Glyph.
I'll be touching the glyph, getting the destruction sphere,
Touch.
and there should be a lone pedestal in the upper area.
Yeah.
That's where you put it.
Nope. Nope. That's what I get for button mashing.
For mutton bashing.
I should know better.
Yeah, Makalani has the next one. That's the ice one.
Ugh.
And then Bavel's the butt-ass ugly one. And then there's one more after that, which is the Tetris one.
Kaboom.
And that gets you to the magic sphere.
Ta-da! Sick. Now I'm good?
Yep, you're good. Let's get out of here.
Let's blow this popsicle stand.
So usually whenever you get to areas like this where you're waiting for Yuna, you've got one of two options to progress. It's either talk to everybody or try to leave.
Try to settle down.
Sometimes both. It's probably talk to everybody and then try to leave.
Well,
Nope, nope, there we go.
Still traveling with quite the crowd, I'd say.
They gotta be cold.
What is it, Bartello? You know this riffraff?
You are.
I like Bartello, he's cool.
No.
What of it?
Can I shake your hand,
No.
Arin? No, Sir Arin.
Are you
You're
okay?
the reason I became a guardian.
You were.
Look at my flexing.
Please notice me, senpai.
I'll never wash this hand again.
Thank you, sir.
Especially since it's a right hand.
Oh, yeah, true.
Gross.
If you know, you know.
Gross.
Though to be fair, it depends on the culture. Sometimes it's the left.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's honestly, it's 50-50 shot.
Bartello, enough. Get back here.
Hang in there, buddy. Hey?
Alright.
Yeah, Bartello's alright.
You should try to settle down.
I will not settle down.
I swear, I'll never wash this hand again.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes! 10 points to Slytherin for guessing that exactly correct. That was exactly how I said it, too, I think.
I met Sir Arin.
Oh my god.
Stop pacing around. Be calm and wait.
No.
Will not. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Quite the show, yeah? Not so good on the heart, though.
Yeah. Forget his goofy accent.
Yeah? Yeah.
Spot, shut up.
Looks like it's trying to leave. We'll probably progress. Yo ho ho ho.
And Sir Oren too?
It's just so funny how some of them have all this detail
And then others don't, yeah.
The world must look different when you're the daughter of Lord Braska.
It
This
does,
has
yeah.
nothing to
And
do
what?
with my father. I'm traveling on my
So
own
what?
as a full-fledged
Does
summoner.
it matter?
Oh, is that so?
Titus in the background over there. What is he doing?
He looks like he's falling asleep.
Your guardians won't be able to protect you when the time comes.
You know what? Your mom can't protect you.
Alright, your new Aeon, Ixion, or as we call it, Spark Horse. Or if you would like a really punny suggestion for a name, Haywire. You know, wire electricity, hay horse.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't care. There we go.
Sparky.
With the lowercase a.
That's why I gave it the accent. Oh, is it time for this scene? This is a really funny scene coming up here in a second.
Oh, wait. Howdy.
We're leaving once Yuna gets here.
No matter how dark the night, morning always comes.
Thank you,
In our
Lulu.
journey,
Don't care.
Donna,
Okay.
get ready for...
Okay.
I think you need to go back into the temple. Oh no, here we go.
Once Yuna gets here.
Yeah, I believe Yuna's in the temple.
In the temple?
Thankfully not in the cloister, but in the temple there's some side rooms.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What?
That her on the bed right there on the right.
she's working on healing the wounded, sending.
Okay.
Yeah. So sending all the people that died on the Djose shore that got obliterated by sin. Because remember, if people don't get sent, they end
Yeah.
up becoming the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
What? Morning?
Don't worry.
Go back to sleep.
But it's morning.
Go back to sleep.
I'm so sorry.
Go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I'll get ready right away.
Because like, oh, the summoner needs to finish her journey quickly. Like, yeah, she can't do this. She's got no sleep, dude.
Love that.
That's not the scene I was referring to. It's this one right here.
Yo, sleepyhead.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
Really, there's no rush. Here, your hair.
A summoner with bad hair. What's the world coming
That's
to?
not
You
bedhead.
could have woken me up.
Yeah, they didn't bother to like change it for that
To
scene.
you, but with all that snoring.
What is it today? Everyone's picking on me.
Easy target. Why is it?
Oh, you too, Sir Oren?
Camera angles
Wait
are
for it.
really weird.
Lady Yuna fixes her hair. We leave.
Oh my god, this laughing is awful.
I think you've forgotten a certain
Really
scene.
laugh like that in a long
No,
time.
I know.
It was
That
only
one's
later.
worse.
I feel like this is far more realistic than ah ha 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 ha.
Laughing must have been the only thing keeping them going.
What does that mean?
It'll make sense as time goes on.
I mean, yeah, everybody's depressed, but like,
I would not be able to tell you because it is very big spoilers. It's probably the biggest spoiler
Also,
in the game.
Lady Yuna, you must
There's
be
Daphne
exhausted
from
after working
Scooby-Doo.
so hard last
Mhm.
night. Will you
All
be
the right
okay?
colors.
I feel that I have rested enough. But thank you for your kindness.
Daphne
Will
and
you
Velma.
be leaving too?
Yes, First we
What is that? Who does that make Closco? Is he Fred or is he Shaggy? I feel like he's too much of a butt monkey to be Fred.
Our mounted forces will ride again.
Although, depending on the version, Fred can be pretty dumb.
That's true.
I was watching some of Mystery Inc.
He's wearing green. There we go, Shaggy.
What
Yeah,
took you so
there you
long?
go.
We're leaving.
And Shaggy is known for running a lot. So, yeah.
You expect me
Brown
to
hair.
leave
Yeah, we'll
you
go with Shaggy.
alone?
Or
Yes.
Norval. We'll go with Norval.
Lady Yuna?
Ma'am,
Hey, can I just rest
No.
a sec?
Nope.
no complaints.
That poor man.
You gotta go.
Where to next?
What are you doing, man?
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that spot that you were standing right there, that it would not let me go past that point to go backwards to level grind. Ah, well.
Oh.
And away we go.
You.
Everyone.
Alright, we're gonna play a game called I don't remember any of this.
Alright, so, whose turn is it right now? Yuna's? It's kind of hard to
Yuna's.
tell. So yeah, Yuna's your white mage. In this case, I'd probably just have her defend, which I don't remember what button that is. Probably one of the bumpers or triggers would be my guess, but I could be wrong. It could also be select. It won't be on that command list. Because in the normal, in the PlayStation era, it was like left bumper, I think is what it was, but it probably isn't on this.
It is not.
Yeah. See, it might be select, potentially. Yeah, I think that was... Yeah, she's defending. Okay, so select is that.
Okay.
Orin is like your heavy hitter, so you want him to deal with the guy that's got a shield / armor, which is the guy in the middle. Nice. Lulu is obviously your mage, so you want to go to black magic with her. Remember that it's actually telling you whenever you highlighted of what the damages are. So fire and ice are opposed to each other, and lightning and water are opposed to each other. Then you want to be able to switch in. And everybody has to do some sort of command in a battle to get the experience, so you're going to want to switch in to Titus last, since he's the one that can deal with that dog the most effectively.
How do I switch in?
Normally it's like hitting left on the right stick or something like that. It might be right. It could be on the right. It could be on the right thumbstick rather than the left thumbstick. And it could also possibly be one of the bumpers or the face buttons. Because, like, once you find the right button, it'll pull up the people that aren't in the fight right now. Yep. there we go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you want to put in
Okay,
either
left
Kamari or
bumper.
Waka first. It doesn't matter which. And then have them defend. And then put in Waka and have him defend.
Go, go, go!
And then switch to Titus and have Titus kill the dog. There you go.
Murder. There.
Very nice.
Sick.
There was Shalinda back there with her lime hat. Don't forget that early on in the story, sometimes talking to people will give you items as well. This is the same group as before. The B is high evasion, or any flying enemy is high evasion, so Waka is usually the one you're going to want to take down with those. Kamari might have piercing on his weapon, so he might be able to deal with that. Potentially. It kind of just depends on the weapon he's using at the time, but Kamari sometimes has piercing on his weapon. Yeah, I think he did on that. It makes a different noise whenever it hits if it didn't break through the shell.
Okay.
So you need someone with magic skills.
Not really, no, but experience.
Summoner Yuna, ready.
Let's see. Farewell.
Nice.
Damn.
No time to waste.
That's a lot
Let's
of
go.
damage. Let's go. Let's go.
Alright, we're needing to keep track of the Al-Bhed primers.
For flying, I want electric?
I think it's like whatever you pick, then it will highlight the enemy, and because Lulu has sensor on her weapon, it will tell you what the enemy is and isn't effective to. Flying doesn't have a specific magical weakness, it's more just dependent on the actual monster itself. So like, sometimes you'll have a flying enemy that's also electric, and so you'd want to use water on it, so you probably just need to like pick one, and then before you actually hit A to confirm the target, just see what it's weak to. So ice is what you want to use. Which I guess that makes sense on a bug as well.
Okay.
My turn.
Your turn to wave.
Training, huh?
I feel like that's like he flips that way too easily.
I guess that's a good counterbalance to whenever he gets his first sword in the story and like almost drops it from the weight, is he's just gotten used to it.
Friends. Looks just like him.
He's bit on and Genki.
What?
Both follow summoners on all fours. Hornless goatlings. Hornless. Hornless.
Okay.
Well, at least I don't look like I'm wearing a dirty diaper on the front of my outfit.
Wrong. We come to warn little Kimari. Summoners disappear. Never return. Next will be Kimari's summoner. Poor Kimari lost his horn. Next was his
Is he scratching his ass?
pitiful Kimari.
Nice.
Howl alone.
How alone? Whoever did the voice acting did like either a terrible or terrific job voicing these guys. Because if the goal was for them to be obnoxious, they could not have done a better job.
What? They were just picking on you?
Kimari would deal with them.
And I'll help.
I'm gonna kick their ass!
But
I'm gonna kick their ass!
It's Kimari's problem. Can't interfere. It's a rule.
Whose rule, Waka? Very nice.
Let the Ronso deal with Ronso problems, yeah? That's how
Racist.
it's always been.
I'm
Racist.
worried about those summoners disappearing.
An underlying tone of racism and religious problems in my Final Fantasy game? Never.
hey, if we Guardians
Corrupt Church? What are you talking about?
right?
Never in my life.
Confident.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
You know your team is fucked when Titus is the voice of reason.
God. Holler at Dutch Bros for being delicious.
Hell yeah. An X potion. Nice job, Lulu, Doc. That is one of the things I do like about Lulu as a black mage, is her evasion's actually pretty good, which is good because, you know, mages typically are not very good with dealing with physical attacks. Speaking of which,
Yep. Hey, at least she can dodge.
yeah,
at the
that's the
best
third
moment.
attack in a row that she's dodged.
Yeah.
In games like Fire Emblem, for example, it would not be so friendly, and you would take a buttload of damage from an attack like that, and probably not be able to dodge it. Ugh.
So who's next?
My least favorite part of the game, where I have to remember who the hell has already been in. And
Well, good news. There's only 7 party members in the game, and you've got 6 of them already, so you won't have to remember too many more.
good.
A lot of the older Final Fantasies kind of prescribe to this very bizarre theory that I'm personally not a big fan of, but it might be because of Pokemon, of like, you swap in and out team members pretty frequently, and not like in battle, I mean like they join or leave your party pretty frequently. So it's not very uncommon to have like one of your units at level 15 and the other one at like level 2, for example.
I do not remember for the life of me what everyone's max HP is, but they're still doing pretty okay.
Yeah, it'll drop into yellow if it drops below 50%. The number will drop to a yellow color. I believe you also have life at this point, as well as Phoenix Downs to bring them back if you do need to.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice critical there.
Fire right in.
This thing is weak to fire from Lulu and also sleep from Waka's skill set.
Kaboom!
This was actually a boss at one point in the game, and now they're just treating it like a normal enemy.
I was gonna say, we're kicking ass.
This was the one earlier on that they said that they could throw 100 Crusaders at and still lose.
What a joke.
Go.
It's a skill, right?
Skill, yes.
Sleep?
Should be sleep attack.
Sweet dream.
Kaboom!
Later on, you'll get Sleep Buster and Dark Buster, which are higher chances to inflict that status.
Oh my god, why do I keep doing that?
Yeah. Bear in mind also, if you put it to sleep and attack it with a physical attack, it will wake up. If you attack it with a magic attack, though, it will not.
Boom!
Hey!
I got him anyways.
I'm good, yeah?
Your Stone Touch
Yeah.
activated and killed him.
Spider's kiss. Gross.
No, thank you.
Hard pass.
The only thing it can kiss is the fire that it's going to get from a flamethrower.
I'll take you all on.
Whack. Whack. Sick. Now I'm paying attention. And I use the right thing.
Kind of.
Ouch.
And now it's kind of just a case of bring everyone in, because Titus would normally deal with the dog. Also, if you ever want to heal your party a little bit, under Eunice's skills, there's a command called Pray. It only heals about 200, but it multi-targets, which is actually a very big deal, because there's not very many things that multi-target in this game on your team.
Alright, let's get this kid. What are you kidding me?
No, I told you, Orin deals with like the big bulky ones. He will miss a lot on agile enemies, which the dog is.
Back on the field.
That's why it's more of a Titus / Waka enemy to kill.
Nice. Waka's killing it, man. Trying to remember, is there a way for him to run faster?
No.
Okay. I was hoping.
Later on, you can equip
Oh, really?
you can equip items on your characters, like weapons on your characters that have an ability called No Encounters, which is exactly what it sounds like. It makes it to where you don't have any encounters. And it's not like the Pokemon version where like you only encounter stuff that's higher level than you. You straight up have no encounters. Which is actually pretty good, because sometimes you might go back for stuff later on that requires you to not get thrown into battles every couple seconds, and so that would be a very useful thing to have.
I'm here.
But for normal progress, usually you do want to keep the encounters on.
Why is Waka acting like he's dying?
They just like have animations of them getting like air quote weaker and weaker. Also, I think he got hit with a status effect is probably why it looked like he
dear.
had silence on him. Which doesn't really matter, because silence only prevents you from using your magic. Which he's not going to be doing, so...
Kaboom! Titus, I think?
Yep.
Get him!
That's also part of the reason it's good to keep having the encounters is for that overkill. Because remember, if you kill a monster with overkill, you get more experience than you would normally, too.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Which is a really good mechanic that was only ever in this game. They never brought it back.
Why?
I don't know! That's why it's so frustrating. It's like, it's rewarding you for, like, fighting enemies and for leveling up, and then actually making the experience worth it to continue fighting those enemies because you're getting more. It's so bizarre. I don't know why it never got brought back.
Okay, did we establish that these were weak to electricity?
Remember, you can check because Lulu has sensor. Once you target an enemy, it will tell you what its weaknesses are. So it's weak to ice. But they also, the flying enemies like those, like the bees and stuff, don't really have that high of HP. Their evasion is high. So Waka is also a good choice for eliminating them. Magic isn't really something that can be dodged. Think like Dokapon skills, so they can't really be dodged per se. So magic can potentially be a good choice depending on the type. Bonk.
Here, Waka.
No worry.
If you get a chance, try and lance it with Kamari on the Ochu. The big one.
The big one?
Yeah.
Whack.
Because remember, everybody has different overdrives, and the way that Kamari gets his is by lancing it from other people. Yeah, Waka just got poisoned, but you can just take him out when it's his turn. Poison's pretty nasty in this game. Nice, critical hit.
Okay. And
It should be under skill or special, one of the two. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, lance it. There it is. I'm not sure if he's going to have anything or not. Nope. But it does give you some health back.
No problem.
whack.
Yeah, the statuses like poison, silence, whatever, those will go away after a fight ends, but it will not bring your health back up to max. But you can go into your menu with Yuna and heal manually or heal using items manually between fights. Poison's always been a weird status in RPGs. It feels like it either does way too much damage or it does like nothing. Where it's just like, oh yeah, this is going to do like 1 damage per turn, whatever. In this game, it does like a percentage of your max health, so in X amount of turns you will be dead if you've not healed.
This one's fire.
Probably weak to fire, if I had to guess. Again, you have sensor, so you can check.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, maybe sensor was on somebody else. Probably on Kamari, if I had to guess. I'm pretty sure it's fire, though.
Kaboom! There you go.
Good, overkill. Very nice.
I should have done that ages ago.
Most of the time, usually by looking at the enemy, you can make a pretty good guess at what elemental weakness it'll have. Not always, but most of the time you can tell.
Okay,
So yeah, if you're going to do items, obviously it's items, yeah, abilities with Yuna, and then cure. And just punch the button until it grays out, and that will let you know they're at max.
sick. Sweet. Okay. Do I need to talk to
Ooh,
you?
yes, actually you do.
We meet again.
Oh, hi.
I heard you took part in Operation Moonflow. You've seen
I don't want
that
to talk about it.
are at the answer.
Well, you didn't take part so much as you just watched the chaos from the balcony above.
Yeah.
You are right. I must train harder.
Look, all I'm saying is I wasn't really well set up.
I propose a contest of aeons. A friendly
Again?
contest of
Remember, she gives you items for doing this.
I'm ready.
And later on, you actually get a really good reward when you run into her at a temple much later in the game.
I have
Plus, she does fully heal you, so.
Well,
Alright.
so...
She will, of course, be summoning the one that you just got, so that you can't use it.
Naturally, naturally.
Hi, Ixion.
As long as I don't use the water when I'm fine, right?
Yeah, and you don't have a water elemental.
Oh, sweet.
Call whichever
Even better.
Aeon you want.
So I would recommend probably the fire one for this. Your first one is faster, but remember the fire one, if you start to run low on health, you can cast fire spells on yourself, and it will heal you. And once you get the chance to use Thunder Horse, it's the same way. You can cast Thunder Elemental spells on yourself to heal. It'll be the second one on that list.
Okay.
I do remember the order that they go in. The first one doesn't really have an elemental type. It's a flyer, but it doesn't really have an elemental type. Then fire, then electricity, then ice.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
You just have to be semi-careful in this one because Ifrit's kind of slow. So don't use it, but scroll over to Meteor Strike. Remember, you can see the turn orders in the top right. Blue is yours and red's the opponent. So if there's a way to make it where you get more turns, then do that. But otherwise, really, you can kind of just pick whichever. They're going to do roughly the same damage, I would imagine. But you can always try one of each and see if it is or isn't.
Don't hold anything back.
I wasn't planning on it, but...
Yeah, those are about the same damage.
Yeah, they're about the same.
Yeah. Take whatever you like.
6 versus half a dozen.
Mm-hmm. Really, the key here is you're just building up your overdrive, and then once you get your overdrive, you just use it. And there it is. There's your overdrive. That would probably heal yourself first using your black magic and using fire on yourself.
What if I'm still on the ground?
I mean, you're still in yellow. You can do it again if you want. What did he have for white magic? Oh, those aren't going to help you. The null spells do as you would imagine as they mitigate damage, but both the ones you had weren't electricity ones anyway. So either use your overdrive or go with black magic to heal yourself. One of the two.
Okay, remind me how to use my overdrive?
Normally it's a bumper or a trigger. So again, you might have to mess with the buttons a bit to try and find it.
Okay, so I know it's not Y, because Y is defend.
Mm-hmm.
The bumpers go up and down on that thing.
Okay. Triggers.
Trigger goes up on that thing.
Let's try going left or right on the analog stick. It's not be there. It'll be on the other side. There it is. Hellfire. And then, yeah.
Did I gotta do something there?
This is one of the few, again, a lot of the Aeons, their overdrives are multi-target.
Dude, that's sick.
Oh, well, he's not done. Here, have some rock.
This is like insult to injury. Bro, how are you not dead?
They have a lot of health. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that it gave you that little tutorial.
Ouch. Ouch. Well,
Oh, he got you.
that was fun.
Yeah. Haste will do that. That probably just means that you're under level though, because your Aeons will scale in level with you.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, it'll let you summon again. Okay, well, you got another chance then. Also, you can see in main game why the Aeons are not recommended for at least a normal playthrough for fun, because they're really broken of, like, if you're about to get hit with something really hard, you can summon an Aeon and literally take all 3 party members out of the fight and completely immunize them to damage. Let your Aeon take the hit and then bring your party back like nothing happened. And you can do that as many times as you have Aeons. So by the end of the game, you can do that like 8 times.
Oh no, it's immune.
That was just to the status effect. It wasn't immune to the damage. Thor's hammer, which is his overdrive. Also, for the record, at least on your end, if watching the animation ever gets old, there is a way to skip it. Because some of the later animations are like a minute long.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, they're cool, but...
Oh,
Well, you got your overdrive if you get a chance to use it.
I will not.
Nope. Guess not.
Guess I'll die. What? Mom.
Still wet behind. Here, your prize.
My prize for getting my
And a
ass
smoke
kicked.
bomb. What was the other one? Summoner's Soul? Oh, okay, yeah. So this one, they give this to you. So yeah, this gives the option to basically customize abilities onto your Aeon. So giving them, like, additional magic, things like that. Later on, you'll actually be able to do this with weapons as well, but not for the time being. Like, you've probably noticed before, if you remember, that there were some weapons you had that had, like, a couple of abilities, and then it had a blank slot that didn't have anything on it.
Mm.
That's where you customize those extra abilities. So it's similar here with the Summoner's Soul.
It's not letting me switch to Immoral, so I
It's
think I have to
giving you a tutorial right now.
Oh,
You can hit A. It's going to walk you through specifically how to do it. So the big thing to keep in mind when adding these is it does take items. This is where the stuff like the bomb fragments, the smoke bomb she gave you, that's where this is all used in sort of the crafting / customizing area. And obviously if it's grayed out, that means you can't select it because you don't have enough of that item.
This is kind of helpful, yeah. It's a little bit confusing that it was supposed to be a tutorial, but okay.
Yeah.
So do I want to do that right now?
I personally wouldn't. In fact, you can pretty easily get through the game without customizing anything on your Aeons.
Mm-hmm.
Because I will say the unfortunate part of most of the Aeons is, like, by the time you get the new one, the old ones usually become obsolete.
Do I need to heal them real quick?
No.
Okay.
I believe she automatically heals you afterwards.
Yeah, obsolete.
Yeah, they, like, just the early Aeons become obsolete for the later ones later on. Like, there's rare exceptions. Like, the Belgamon fight is a special fight, so it's kind of different there. But in normal combat, like, there would be no reason to go back to your first one after you have Ifrit or Ixion, or later on you get Bahamut. Bahamut's freaking insane. He will probably be the first... Bahamut is probably going to be the first example of you being able to do what's called break damage limit. Because normally, at most, you can only do 9,999 damage. But with Bahamut's overdrive, you can actually exceed that and start taking it to the 10,000s place. Which means the highest that he can do is 99,999 damage. Which would seem like it's a big deal, if not for the fact that there's some bosses in the post-game that have HP in the literal billions. Yeah, they're kind of disgusting.
Why?
Because they're extra bosses. Like, they're literally the bosses of, wow, thank God that guy didn't try to conquer the world because he would have won.
Mm-hmm.
Else we might pop into the sphere grid here when next you get a chance.
Yeah. It's probably right after this.
Ooh, hopefully this won't... I don't think this will activate it. There's a boss fight coming up semi-soon, so we definitely want to do it before that.
Okay, we'll do this right after. That is pretty.
This is the moonflow.
These are moon lilies.
Moon.
They say that clouds of fireflies gather here when night falls.
The entire river glows like a sea of stars.
Really?
It's even more melodramatic when you consider what the Pyreflies are.
Mm-hmm.
We're not waiting.
Because remember, every time you've beaten an enemy, they've disappeared into Pyreflies?
Yeah.
So it's basically the souls of the dead, is what those are.
Then, once we beat Sin, we're coming back.
Coming back to respect the souls of the dead.
Okay.
They're not impressed
Dude, they're
at all.
so dramatic. Like, okay, these two have got some attitude, but those two, damn. Look at him. What a legend. I'm sure.
Which one?
Both. Kamari. I'm sure the furries have been all over this for the last 21 years.
I have no idea. Thank God.
Yeah, me either.
I don't think the Ronso show up in any other Final Fantasies. There are other, like, demi-human slash furry creatures, whatever you want to call them, but I don't think... Titus peeking over his shoulder. It's like, dude, you could just walk around him.
Although, to be fair, it's kind of hard to tell where people are pointing.
That's true.
Okay, so
sphere grid. Let's see if you remember how to do this.
Nope.
Alright, so... Your sphere level, which is just under your character portrait, tells you how many spaces you can move.
Yes. So, I think I can move...
You can move
this
2.
one.
Yeah. Once you move, it will highlight what where you can move to. You're on use, not move, I think.
No,
No, you're on move. Okay, it looked like you were on use. So yeah, it will highlight which ones you can go to. Yep, so you can move 2. And you can activate using use on any space that you're on or any space that you're next to. So I can use that and then use another one. And that will give you strength by 2. So that's all you can do for Kamari right now. So you can use, normally it's the bumpers to switch.
Yeah, it's the bumpers.
Yep. Later on, you'll start having to figure out like what paths you want to take. But for the time being, we don't have many or any, I'm not sure which, of the level 1 through 4 key spheres, which unlock some of the locked nodes. So for now, you can kind of just take the default path. And on the normal sphere grid, which we took, the default path will take you like along, in Yuna's case, where a white mage should go, in Orin's case, where a heavy damage dealer should go. It will naturally take you where you're supposed to go. I'd say the only person it really affects is Kamari, because he's a blue mage, which basically means he can be your secondary anything. He can be your secondary thief, he can be your secondary black mage, which is actually kind of why people don't like him combat-wise, is because while he can be anything, he will never be as good as the original. He can be a white mage, but he'll never be as good as Yuna. He can be a black mage, but he'll never be as good as Lulu. He can be a heavy damage dealer, but he'll never be as good as Orin. Unless you're doing, like, heavy post-game where everybody's maxing all of their stats. In which case, he's just going to be on par with everybody else. There's Lulu. That's right, we just got her past her level 2 spells. And that's everybody.
Sick.
The only other thing to make note of is if you get like an HP up, it gives you the max HP. It does not heal you for that HP either. But that said, there's not really any need to do it because you're near a save point, and save points will automatically heal you to full for HP and MP. That's the way you came in.
I just remembered we're out here.
Also, if you ever get lost, the red arrow on your mini-map in the top right will tell you where to go.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, oops.
That mouth movement, though.
Like,
How do you feel about elephants?
Strongly. For or against, the world may never know.
It's like a mix of an elephant and a dino, and a little bit of a shark.
It's a great question.
Mostly an elephant, though.
Whoa! Let's ride!
Shoe puff.
Come on, let's go!
Yep.
All right, we bought some.
Okay, so the stuff they're against is specifically robotics and not necessarily mechanical things, like levers and like pulleys or whatever.
Yeah. And like as you'll find out later, because this doesn't spoil too much, guess who decides what is and isn't safe to use?
The church.
Yep, you guessed it.
Well, just remember.
Which is also why, for example, the giant sphere they use for Blitzball, like that has a bunch of technology in it. But because the church says it's okay, then it's okay to use.
Absolutely.
Because Luca is also, it's like the biggest town by far in Spira, which is the world that you're in.
Yuna had fun. Kimari happy.
Kimari is so sweet.
I
Not
lived
you.
in the city. I moved to Besaid after my father did. Kimari was with me the whole way.
This thing comes back like every couple of years.
It comes back after it's defeated, yeah.
Which is dumb. I don't.
You can check if you want. I mean, you don't have to buy anything. You can check and see what abilities are on there. Fire Strike, Ice Strike. What's in the top right is the one that you currently have equipped.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all those blank slots, that's stuff you can customize in later on.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some defensive items.
I think I'm just gonna keep what I have so far.
You can also sell anything you don't want to as well. I don't think there's any limit to like how big your bag is, but sometimes having to sort through it all is kind of a pain in the butt. Yeah, you can also go to sort if you need to, and then auto.
I'm just looking at the equipment here. Oh.
You want auto.
Oh, okay.
Auto will sort it by character and then by whether it's a weapon or a defense piece.
Okay.
So bracer, shield, whatever you want to call it. If you're looking to equip it though, then you need to go to a different menu. Typically at this point in the game, this is just kind of a general rule of thumb. If there is something in your equipment that is like single digit or double digit worth of money, it's probably fine to sell it at this point. Because typically, unsurprisingly, the more expensive the object is to sell, the more powerful it is, or the more powerful it can become if it's got a bunch of empty slots.
What do you think about Delve Edge? Has Water Strike and Fire Strike. I currently have Brotherhood.
Brotherhood will get better pretty soon, so rather than Brotherhood having the slots where you can equip extra stuff, there's a certain scene you'll view later on, and it will add Strength plus 10, Sensor, I think, and then either Water Strike or Piercing, I don't remember which. So do hang on to it regardless, but I don't think it will allow you to sell it anyway, but that is one you want to keep.
Well, I'm in just to equip for now.
Yeah, it is up to you, whichever you want to equip. If you want to equip, it's a different menu, though. You need to back out of this one. This is just sorting your items. It should be under Equip. Yeah. And you can also look between your weapons here, too. This is a little bit more of a user-friendly menu for doing that. Yeah, after you go through an area, sometimes it doesn't hurt to just, like, look and see if you've gotten anything new, because sometimes monsters will just drop good stuff. Remember, for Lulu specifically, also all the strikes and touches ones, that means that she has to hit them physically.
Yeah.
Magic attacks do not count. So usually weapons like that, you're probably going to be selling those.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good hunter spear. Usually for Kimari's kit, like regardless what he has, I usually recommend Sensor and then Piercing on whatever weapon he has, and then anything else is just a bonus.
Let's try this. Let's try this again. Okay. So.
Yeah, I won't even let you sell Brotherhood, so you're good on that front of not having to worry about it.
Okay, so first I'll sell this one. Because I have 3.
And don't feel too bad if you sell something that you thought you might want to keep for a bit longer, because I guarantee you something better will come along pretty quickly. There are ultimate weapons in the game. There's basically 2 sets of ultimate weapons. There's one that you get by collecting the sigils and crests that you've been slowly picking up throughout the game, and then there's other ones that you can find that the ultimate weapons have 4 empty slots, which basically means you can customize anything you want. You could put stuff like auto life on, where if your character dies, they immediately get back up. So basically, they are as strong or as weak as you can make them. Which a lot of people actually prefer to do that. They prefer to just make kind of a custom kit for their character, which I get, because like you can make some pretty good stuff if you've got the right tools for it. You can do stuff like when the battle starts, that character automatically casts haste on themselves to give themselves more turns.
It's pretty crazy. I like the stone touch. So is that just like 8% strength?
Yeah. 8% of your current strength, so it will scale if you get more strength from the sphere grid.
But it's only like 8% because you have a +5 and a +3 and a +10. Like there's not 1s and 2s and 4s.
No. Oh, for like the plus percentages numbers?
Yeah, because
there
like,
are
why
10.
not just say +8?
Well, yeah, it only goes up by like 1, 3, 5, and 10, and there are 20s as well, but they're very, very rare. Most of the time you see stuff like that, it's usually like MP plus 20%. It's not usually an attack stat.
These are pretty good. I don't know, it's particularly tempting with that one. I like the stone touch. I think I'll keep what I got so far.
Also, I don't remember if it's here on the other side, but look around a little bit and use select to talk to some people, because there is somebody that's pretty good for recruiting to your blitzball team.
You're gonna regret it. Jesus. Okay.
Owaka may not necessarily sell the same things that the other merchants do. Depending on how much money you give him at the start of the game for helping build up his business, other people will start raising their prices, and he'll keep his the same or potentially even lower his a bit for you. So ultimately, investing in him early if he has stuff that you want will pay off in the long run.
His first shoe puff here.
Surprised. This is a story about your dad.
Why?
He was drunk. Thought it was a fiend.
Thanks, Dad.
We offered all the money we had as an apology.
Great job.
never drank again.
Yeah. Catch your
But it
blood.
would seem that shoe puff still works here.
Yep, you can see the scar on his back leg on the right there. Later on, there's a sphere you can find that you can watch, like, events that happened in the past, and it basically has Jekt pouting in a corner after he got in trouble for drinking and attacking that. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. It's a bad idea.
I forgot about this guy.
Please, we beg of you.
Impossible. Impossible.
Oh my god. I'm gonna sue whoever made this guy. This is worse than Jar Jar.
Well, thankfully, this guy doesn't show up other than a couple scenes.
It's just not fair.
He does have a point, though.
He does.
So what? We just leave him behind?
Hey, I didn't say that. Just...
It is no good. We will find a ford where we can cross on foot.
Yes, Captain Sir.
Or a Toyota.
But that...
Where there's a
Too
will,
bad.
there's a way.
You know what forward stands for, don't you? Fix it again, Tony. That's a Fiat, Dale. Fix it. Oh.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Those words. I wonder how Captain Lucille is doing.
First of all,
First of all, treasure. I'm trying to see if I can spot any blitzball players that I recognize here. Yeah, I think that it's that guy back there. Not the one you're talking to, but the one further back. I think. Oh, it might be her, actually. Yeah, hit select on her. It might be a different button, but there's a button to recruit blitzball players. I think it was select, but I'm not sure. That's not select. And that was just a screen cap. Or plus, sorry. Plus or minus would be what select is the equivalent to. Nope.
Minus isn't doing anything.
I do know we found it, I just don't remember what button it was.
Riding a shoe.
No, move. Move.
How little you know? Some things little boys never grow out of. Right?
Lulu is so done.
Nice.
Pretty good find. And the face buttons, no bumpers, triggers. Surely it's not anything on the D-pad. I doubt it, because the D-pad's just a different way to move.
Yeah, I already tried that.
Oh well. I can always go back and recruit her later.
Now that you know where she is.
Yeah. Well, I knew she was here.
To hear a bit about...
The important thing about getting the blitzball team, just for the record, even though I'll do it off screen, is that's how Waka gets his other overdrives.
Nice.
And his second one is really good. Like, it's considered the best in the game. Even bigger than the Aeons.
Wants to be smooshed? Yes.
Right. Show pops.
Is there anything else?
No. There's an Al-Bhed primer, but it's on the other side of the river, so you'll get it when you're done.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Alright, let's get out of here.
All aboard.
Once Bull just pops in the stand.
I don't know about you, but I'm ready for a cutscene involving racism. So let's get to it.
That's my favorite thing. I love cutscenes with racism.
It's great. Yeehaw.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey.
Take a look.
What?
Is this gonna be painful? I feel like this is gonna be.
Wow. A sunken city.
Hey, we found Atlantis.
Machina City, 1,000 years old. They built the city on top of bridges across a river.
But the weight of the city caused the bridges to collapse, and it all sank to the bottom.
Right, it's a good lesson.
A lesson?
Yeah. Why build a city over a river, yeah?
He's got a
Well,
point.
it would be convenient with all that water there.
Nope, that's not why.
Also, especially considering that water was a big mode of transport back in the day.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yevon has taught us. When humans
Oh,
have
God.
power, they seek to use it. If you don't stop them, they go too far, yeah?
Yeah, but don't you use Machina too? Like the stadium and stuff, right?
Yevon, it decides which machina we may use and which we may not.
Isn't that
So what kind of
convenient?
Machina may we not use then?
I love the attitude in that sentence.
That kind.
That's still not
The
very
war
specific.
will rage again.
War?
Okay, what do you call what's happening
More
right
than
now?
1,000 years ago, mankind waged war using machina to kill.
I think they mean, like, all-out war rather than just them against sin.
They made weapons so powerful, it was thought they could destroy the entire world.
You're right.
People feared that spirit
But when the
would be
people
destroyed.
needed him most, he vanished.
But the war did not stop.
What happened then?
Sin came, and it destroyed the cities and their machina. The war ended, and our reward
So it.
was sin.
So,
So
sins are
sin
punishment for
divorced
letting
people
things get
from
out of hand, eh?
mechanics, right? So you could call it a Deus
Man,
ex machina.
that's rough.
Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But it's not like the Machina are bad.
Only as bad as their users.
Like guns.
Because of people like the Al-Bhed screwing everything up.
This game was woke back in 2002, I tell you what.
It's the Al-Bhed. They heard you were talking shit.
Sit down.
You were correct though, it was the Al-Bhed.
Heard you were talking shit.
I mean, it's literally the Zootopia mechanic that they have with Nick, right? Of like, if they're gonna think that we're like this, we might as well be like this, right?
Yeah.
Like, might as well actually get the mileage out of it.
Uno will save you as we're swimming.
Well, remember, they're blitzball players, so they can, but you only have Titus and Waka for this fight. Because they're the only ones that can go underwater.
You know what? Let's use a lightning spell.
Good thing nobody has that. Titus has his overdrive, and the way Titus gets more his additional overdrive is by using his current ones. So I do recommend using them as often as you can.
Swordplay, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's see if I can get this right.
Remember, it's just hitting A when it's in the center of the bar. All you have to do is just hit it once. And you get as many chances. There you go, nice!
Oh,
on the
shit.
first try!
That was just reactionary.
And you learn Slice and Dice, which is your next one, which is a...
Nice.
It's a single target, but it hits multiple times.
Sick.
So it is very good.
Ouch.
Alright.
Whack.
Out of curiosity, does Titus have haste in his white magic, if he's got any?
I can check and see.
Yeah. Well, you attacked with him.
Oh, Titus, my bad. I thought you were talking about Waka.
No.
I'm paying attention, clearly.
So for a lot of these underwater fights early on, it's recommended to use buffs because you're limited on... Yeah, you don't have any white magic yet. That's fine. Oh, this is for Waka.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's anything that would make this easier.
Yeah. Titus will have most of it because he has a lot of white magic later on. The only thing he'll have right now is Cheer, which ups your attack and defense slightly, and you can stack that up to 5 times, I believe. But yeah, he's got haste, so put it on himself. And then whenever you get a chance next, put it on Waka as well, and that will give you more turns.
Mm-hmm.
As you will find out, haste is extremely broken.
Where are you going, buddy? Where are you?
Readying depth charges.
So I just attack because I don't have anything with Waka.
You could try Dark Attack and see if it works. Usually stuff like that doesn't work on a machine. Sometimes it actually will, which sounds weird because it inflicts blindness, so like blinding a machine is a bit odd, but
it's immune. But
it's immune, but it's still the damage. Yeah, it won't do any less damage than a normal attack would, so there's no reason to not try it. So the really nice spell that Titus will get later is called Hastiga, which will give haste to every one of your party members that's on the field, all at the same time.
Ouch.
So yeah, from this point you can basically just attack and heal as needed. You can also attempt to use Cheer to buff your attack stat, and the reason for doing that is trying to get the overkill on the boss. Because you can get overkill on boss, which will give you more experience from the boss as well. But that is up to you if you want to do that. I wouldn't say the haste is required, but it definitely makes the fight go by easier and faster. Titus has also got blind on him. Fair warning.
I mean, can he still do Cheer though?
He can still do Cheer, yeah. It's just if you try to attack, the likelihood of him missing is pretty high. But you should have some eye drops to take care of that when you need to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something tells me putting Machine to sleep isn't going to really work either.
Nope. I can see. I feel like I'm about to get killed. Not killed.
Remember, if you want to take time to just keep using your potions to heal and just buffing your stats, you can do that. The underwater fights take time, but they're not difficult as long as you set yourself up pretty well. Plus, since you've got sensor on one of your weapons, either Titus's or Waka's, then you'll be able to see when you're getting close to killing him. And try to buff yourself as much as you can if you want to go for that overkill. Because if you don't want Waka to make a move or something like that, you can always just defend. Because believe it or not, even on magic attacks, defending does work, even though it's a non-physical attack. It will block some of that damage. It's weird to think that, especially in the original game, that in particular, that this game actually looked as smooth as it did underwater.
Mm-hmm.
But the particular reason that that's weird with this era is because the era before this, which would have been like Nintendo 64, PlayStation 1, original Xbox era, a lot of the times the game actually would run better whenever you were in an underwater area because it didn't have to load all the stuff above the water. But because that's not really the case with this era of consoles, it's actually surprising it runs as well as it does.
So you get the level up or whatever with getting hit, right?
Yeah, and there are ways to change that later on to build up your overdrive gauge. Later on you can change it to stuff like if your ally gets hit, or if you heal an ally, or if you dodge an attack, that kind of thing. And usually the best thing to put it on is if your ally gets hit, because normally there's 3 people fighting, And so statistically, the likelihood of your ally getting hit is higher than yourself, since it's 2 out of 3 rather than 1 out of 3. So this is what, number 4 for cheer, or is this 3? It's at least 3, I know that.
This is at least 3, yeah. I want to hit him with the overdrive.
Oh, you're trying to build up Waka's overdrive to hit him?
Yeah. Come on, hit Waka. Hit him. Hit him.
I think he's just going up in the air. Usually when they do the depth charges, though, it's going to target everybody, so he will get hit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you more time to just keep cheering and... really. I don't know if cheer affects overdrives, but there's... At worst it won't, and at best it will, so...
Yeah.
How much health does the boss have left, since I can't...
Like 100.
Oh, yeah, so don't attack then.
Is there a point in time in which it stops letting us stack that?
Yes, 5. 5 is the cap. It'll let you keep doing it, but it won't give you anything additional for it. I think it ups it by 10% each time, so it will go up to 50, obviously.
Come on.
Since you know how to do math.
Please? Come on. Please. Please be enough.
Yep, there you go.
Alright.
Actually, I would use the eye... I don't think it will affect overkill, but go ahead and use eye drops on Waka just to make sure that overdrive can't miss. I don't think that can ever happen, but let's not run the risk. Eye drops on the boss. There is a boss in particular that it's actually heavily recommended to use an item on, but it's not this guy. He won't show up for a while. Oh, I already have it. Attack reels then. Do you want me to do this one?
Sure.
To go for the overkill? Just so you can see what it's like, because I don't think we ever showed this one.
I don't think so, no.
So the way this one works is it's a slot, so you can either do 0, 1, or 2 hits. I'm going to see if I can do this correctly. Nope, I missed it. Oh well. So it's 2 hits, but if you manage to get all of them being 2 hits, instead of 6, it doubles it to 12. That was enough for the overkill, though. But the reason that that's the most broken in the game is 12 hits, and if you fully max out Waka, like post-game max it out, those are all going to do 10,000 damage.
Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so that's why Waka's considered one of the best characters in the game for offense. That and his accuracy is really high, so he rarely misses.
Rip. Everyone that was on that thing.
Yuna was on that. Also somebody you saw earlier in the game, too. That you'll run into pretty shortly here. I don't know why Yuna's on that list. She can't do anything in that fight, so...
She's chilling.
Ignore the fact that she missed out on all that EXP.
Are you hurt?
The hair.
I know, it's so funny.
Ugh.
It's like it's trying to find where it's stable, but it can't.
Those Al-Bhed. Is everybody okay?
That feels racist.
Everybody. Yikes. But it's fine, because they're not a human at all. Right? Right? This is 2002.
What do they want from us?
It feels racially coded, but I wouldn't even know what it is.
After uniform.
Oh, does he say the line here?
They're mad they lost.
You're right.
Oh, wait. They're mad about Operation Meehan.
Probably closer.
Didn't Kamari's clansmen say something about summoners disappearing?
So the Al-Bhed are behind that.
Waka, are you okay? I know it's really hard for your 2 brain cells to rub together and generate a thought. Dude, can I sit like that all the time? Just
It's no use complaining about the Al-Bhed.
So the worst part is, I didn't bring this up in the summary. If you'll remember, Yuna is half Al-Bhed, and he doesn't know.
Oops.
She's Al-Bhed on her mother's side.
Oops.
I guess so.
So I guess they're not all bad.
Hey.
Hey.
I do like that. That's like one of the few times that like Titus is actually the most social aware person there and actually like stops a fight as a result of it.
Hey,
Which is
dog.
very rare for someone like
Isn't
Titus
cool.
to pull that off. Alright, let's see if we can find that Al-Bhed primer. I know it's up in that little area up there. Somewhere.
This one?
Pull up the picture again so I can get a better look at it. Yeah, go back to the platform where the shoe puff was. Yeah, I can see it. Go up the ramp, the other ramp on the right.
Aha.
Yeah, you might be able to see it now. And then it's on the left, just after you get to the top of that. There you go. Okay, we can wait for a little while before the next one pops up. Yeah, so poke around here if you like.
She's just getting hassled.
Well, remember, like, being a summoner makes you kind of popular because you're literally the only thing that can defeat something that's causing suffering to everybody. He gets better, don't worry. It takes time, but he will get better about it. Mostly because he realizes who the actual problems are. Unsurprisingly, not the Al-Bhed. Oh, Waka.
What you got?
Yeah, just some status stuff.
What?
Guardian.
Thank you. I was a little bit confused about my task here.
Oh, that's right, because you're headed to Guadosalam. Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
I see a treasure. Or sorry, I should pronounce it as they do in that one Scooby-Doo movie, the treasure. Well, what's in the treasure? An ether or an ether, depending on which game you're playing.
It's either one.
It's ether one. Kind of like how it can be herb or herb.
Mm-hmm. Are we good?
I know some people have heard otherwise.
Are we done?
Yeah, you like she's just there. You don't actually have to guard Yuna. You can just move on.
Hello?
Remember her?
You're not dead?
That's butt shot. I really should have been
That is
keeping a
one
tally.
thing,
There's
yeah.
so many butt shots in this game, and lots of fan service too, like this.
Wow.
Oh
Wow.
yeah.
Hey, bud. Why is her face better rendered than anyone else's?
Yeah, it's Rikku from the very beginning of the game, but when you got thrown off the boat.
Not very cash money, my dude.
Yeah, you don't look so good. What happened?
Well, I nearly just drowned.
You beat me up, remember?
Huh?
Eh?
Oh, that Machina? That was you?
Like, directly butt shot.
Yep.
They have a negative
That
amount of
really
shame.
hurt, you know. You big meanie.
Wait, but you attacked us.
Nuh-uh. It's not exactly what you think.
You did still attack us, even though you may have other intentions.
Also, as the scene is playing, remember, she's Al-Bhed.
Yeah.
Nice to meet ya. I'm Rikku.
Yuna? Lulu? I told you about her, remember? She was the one who helped me before I was washed up on Besaid. She's an Al-Bhed.
It's like, dude, there's no way he wouldn't have realized what you were trying to say, but he somehow doesn't.
Or your life. What luck meeting here, huh?
Yeah.
Be to Yevon.
Praise be to Yevon.
So, Rikku, you look a little beat up. You okay?
Waka.
Huh? What?
Point A, point B, connect.
Nope. For better or worse, he's too stupid.
The two brain cells are...
Boys, please wait over there.
Right. Sorry, Waka.
Owned by the rack.
Sorry, Waka, you're too stupid. Titus is probably mostly up to date.
Yeah, I mean, he has met Rikku before. And because this isn't the world he lives in, he doesn't have any prejudice against the Al-Bhed, because he doesn't have anything against them.
I'd like Rikku to be my guardian.
Even though she literally just tried to kidnap you.
Yep.
It's fine.
Show me your face.
No.
Look at me.
I'm just gonna look over here.
Yep.
Open your eyes.
Ass.
It's like when Billingbull gets his ear pierced and he's like holding his hand up so that his wife can't tell him. It's like, move your hands, and he does this.
100%.
Like, take your hand away from your ear.
Can I?
If Yuna wishes it.
Yes, I do.
Riku's a good girl. She helped me a bunch.
Thank you, Titus. A glowing
Well, I'm for it.
recommendation.
The more the merrier.
Waka has no clue.
Yep.
Then I'll just have to be the merriest.
It was
No.
strange. Even though Waka had always hated the Al-Bhed,
Rikku, at your service.
Titus,
he
you're
never
assuming he
realized
knows.
Rikku was one of
Okay.
them.
Yeah. So, that opening cutscene that we've seen, like, whenever we load up the game, that's, at least in terms of Titus doing the storytelling, that's the present. So he's narrating all the stuff that's happening before.
What is happening here?
So, Rikku, being your new party member,
Okay, but why is she standing like that?
why not?
It's distressing.
Wonder what's inside.
Sometimes you gotta do a little potty dance. Since Riku's your thief, she's got the ability to steal, which allows her to steal items from treasure chests and also items from monsters. This is where you would get those items from crafting.
I love how she steals it before it opens. Yahoo!
I like how she drifted into her Timmy Turner voice, because again, this is Tara Strong voice acting Rikku.
Yeah.
You should know. I'm scary when I get mad.
Sounded like Twilight there.
Just got on you. You'll be sorry.
And her overdrive is the ability Mix, which is basically you take 2 items from your inventory and see what happens. There's like a shitload of combinations. Some of them are offensive, some are defensive. If used right, it can be the most powerful overdrive in the game. Up there with Waka's. I think in this case, they're just going to make you use the bomb cores that you just picked up. Oh, no, not necessarily, but that's what I'd recommend, is just the bomb cores that I gave you. And fire away. It'll just target everything since it's not trying to tell you ultimately what it is.
Boom! Oh, damn.
Like I said, if played right, this can be the strongest thing in the game. It's very good defensively.
What did you just do?
That was great.
What is with everyone here? What are y'all doing with your bodies? Titus is the only one even remotely normal.
Like, you know, actual fighting stance,
and
yeah.
that's a bad thing. You see how that's a bad thing.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
When
Well,
Titus
he's the one
is
that's
most
least
normal.
experienced in fighting out of everybody here, so yeah.
Hello?
So with that, that's your full party right there.
Woo-hoo. At some point, Waka's gonna realize, and there's gonna be a huge fight.
I'm willing to bet it will be at, like, the worst time possible.
Yep.
Because that's how story beats work.
Yep.
Also, if you see a chest, be sure to, whenever it says steal, like, steal it, don't attack it, because if you attack it, it just gets destroyed. You don't get the item through beating the crap out of it to open it. So I'd been hinting a little bit at the fact that Kamari could go on anybody's sphere grid, and that you could get, like, second of whoever, black mage, white mage, etc. My personal recommendation is to make Kamari your second thief, because the ability to steal items multiple times is very, very handy. It's also useful because at certain points in the story, the party will get split up, and so if it splits up, you can have a thief on both sides. Also, it will enable you to, in a fight that is with just Kamari later in the story, steal very, very rare items.
Okay, this time I'm intentionally physically attacking, so I can kill you with
Bonk.
Damn.
Yeah, so she is going to be she is underleveled, so I would call Yuna to bring her back with life. But the upside is because she starts lower level than the rest of your party, she will be given more experience at the end of a fight if she's still alive, which is why bringing her back is important. So she will catch up. Also, bear in mind, she doesn't have any, like, stat-boosting equipment or anything as well. That's part of the reason why, too.
I should have stopped so quick.
Well, no, like, you didn't have anything for her.
Oh.
None of the stores have carried anything for her yet. So, that's not a you thing, that's just the natural progression of the game thing.
No time to waste.
Dude, look at that sword.
I know, it's really cool.
It's sick as hell. Goddamn. Alright. What can we do here? Can we start leveling her?
You might be able to poke around. She's already got a few abilities, which is the use and steal commands. But you got a couple things you can use here. There's a lot of... Oh, you've already got Kamari near her grid. That's good. There's obviously going to be a lot of HP bonuses at the start of her grid to help her catch up, because she needs the health bad. And the other, yeah, like she has de facto stuff, but it has literally no boosts on it. The other upside you can do to that is just keeping her out of the fight until right about when the fight's about to end, and then just put her in to defend and have the other person kill him. That's what I like about how the party switching this works. It's essentially switching like between one Pokemon and another, but there's no turn penalty. Like you don't lose any turns for doing that. Stamina tablet.
Can you survive one singular hit?
Yep. Jeez, Orin.
A negative amount of chill.
He's crazy. Even though he is kind of the stoic of the group. Him and Lulu.
Oh no! Okay, well, at least I defended.
You probably won't need to do it right away, especially since she's at low health, but bear in mind, you can also steal objects off of monsters as well. The way it works is the first time you steal, it's going to be 100% success, and then that number will get cut in half each time you try to subsequently steal. So, theoretically, you could do it forever, but obviously that percentage is going to get so low, it's not going to pay any dividends.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty much, if you can get, like, 2, maybe 3 steals off of something that you really want, that 3 is probably your cap. You should probably stop at 3.
Told ya!
You didn't tell me nothing.
Yay.
Like I said, she'll get there. It'll just take a couple fights. I see a treasure. Mega potion. Here we are in Guadosalam.
Hell yeah.
Sounds like a type of casserole. Look, if you bring the quiche, I'll bring the Guadosalam.
We have been expecting you, Lady Yuna.
Is it that we're sending out, like, letters? Or
This way,
Or
milady.
does rumor just move faster than we do?
Me?
A little bit of rumor, and part of it also too is just like everybody knows how the summoner's journey works. They all know that they have to visit the different temples. The thing is, here there's no temple in Guadosalam actually, but this is where Seymour Butts lives. If you remember him, the guy with the crazy blue hair.
Business with me.
Oh, so he probably.
Whatever could it be, I wonder.
I like to call this guy, based on NCS's version, instead of Trommel, Sponge Green Square Beard.
Beautiful.
Because he has a green square beard. And SpongeBob jokes were referential back when he did that LP in 2006 or 7, I think. So here is where you can customize your equipment. So this is kind of like with the Aeons that they told you earlier. The only difference is it's on your actual armor rather than your Aeons. Can be used for your weapons, can be used for your shields. If it's low-level crafting, usually it's fine to go for it. If it's something that's using, like, very rare items, like your mega elixirs and stuff like that, I would wait until, like, the very end of the game to do it. But if it's stuff you have in excess, then there's no reason that you shouldn't go for it if you want to. But yeah, this is all exactly the same. It's just, it's stuff like strength and whatnot rather than actual abilities like Fyra. Also, the cool thing too is by changing the customization parts on it, it actually changes the name of it as well.
What would you do without me?
Thanks.
Alright, I think there's a... I almost said piece apart.
What
This
is
ain't
this?
Legend of Zelda.
The green square?
Feel free to check in there. It's like the very back is where you're supposed to go, so feel free to poke around.
Oh, looks like this is like the hotel or whatever. Bro. Okay.
And actually, the primer is in one of the houses, so yeah, definitely poke around. It's not this one though.
It seems that Maester Seymour, he's young, but he deserves...
He's young, but he deserves our respect. No. Stop it. Thank you. Racism.
Yay. Yeah, I was about to say, up to you if you want to learn about the far plane or the firefly or the pyreflies. I already kind of told you everything about the pyreflies. They're just like little pieces that come off of monsters and humans when they die, and it's just kind of like fragments of somebody's soul, basically. Yeah. So go back, because you don't want to go too far. And then you can take a left. It's not down there. It will actually stop you from going that way. That's where you have to go to eventually progress. Oh, no, maybe you can't. Okay. Well, if you go forward, you should be able to go back before you get there to the red door. There's more stuff you can explore by going around. Mega potion. So yeah, check all the other houses. There is a primer in one of these. Yep, here it is. It's like right in the center of the room. There you go.
Hello.
I saw that. That was funny. Alright, we don't have to worry about the next one for a while. It's in a forced cutscene, so we'll know where to find it.
Sweet. Then do I want to go over to the...
I was going to say, you can look around for a shop if there's any like weapons or stuff you want to hunt for, but otherwise you're good to go.
So, red door?
Yep.
Hello.
These are the past leaders of the Guado.
Oh, we're all
They all
showing
look
her.
the
Okay.
same.
Yep.
Maester Seymour doesn't look like them.
Don't you know? The last leader, Maester Djose, wed a human woman.
She was Seymour's mother.
A human? I don't know what the significance of that is, but okay.
I don't like the smell.
You don't like the way he smells? Okay. You do you, man.
Stay close.
Will do.
I wonder what smells so nice.
And
Why does he want to see me?
love the dramatic music shift there. I don't think there's anything up there. Oh, there is. Oh, very nice, very nice. So you found a chest.
Nice. I was going to say, if you can't figure out where to go, then try to leave or follow Sponge Green Squarebeard to his pineapple under the sea.
He's got, like,
Abnormally long.
posture.
Oh, I was going to say abnormally large hands. Yeah, that's a Guado thing.
I mean that too, but like his shoulders are all the way back and he has like half bent over backwards. Like, please wait here. Absolutely, I said, fully intending on wandering off as soon as humanly possible.
What could it be? Oh.
Kimari not like Mr. Seymour.
Shh. We're literally in his house. What's wrong with you?
There's no temple here in Guadosalam, see? Summoners
He
usually
is
just
the
pass through
temple.
on their way elsewhere. What?
Oh my god, that laugh was scary.
And you're explaining things.
You'd rather say nothing then?
No.
Bro, you're talking like you know anything about anything.
Anything about Spira.
Oh, that's fair.
And maybe that means you believe me about Xanarkin too?
Well,
Maybe?
there are many things I do not know. Your Xanarkind is one of those things.
There are many things on
I
heaven and earth.
suppose I can't
ratio
say
that
what I
thought
think
of.
either way. Still,
I
be
think it's in
careful.
philosophy, but
You
whatever.
shouldn't
I will say, for as much as I joke about all the boob stuff, I do
Yeah,
like
I know.
Lulu's progression of, like, she defrosts at an acceptable rate, I think, of, like, being less cold towards Titus. But also always being open to, like, if somebody comes to her with a good idea, even if it doesn't go with her values, she's going to be at least willing to listen.
She's smart.
Yeah. She's probably the smartest one here, honestly, other than maybe Orin.
I lived a long time in Xanarkin.
Ah. Yes.
I get the feeling he called us up here for more than just dinner.
Well, then you'll have to politely decline whenever he offers you a nightcap. What is that?
It, like, you know the little things that hang from, like, light fixtures to, like, pull them to turn the light on or off? It's one of those.
Meh.
You can't actually interact with it, sorry. It's just gonna swing from the chandelier.
From the chandelier. I went up the doors. Let me out.
You probably have to try to leave, I would guess.
Probably.
Well, maybe not. Maybe you have to talk to everybody.
I think I did talk to everybody.
Did you talk to,
Maester.
Riku? My brain was thinking a completely different name, and I couldn't get it to stop.
Isn't it Rikku?
She's right there, eating away.
Rikku.
My brain was like Yuki, and I'm like, that's a different Final Fantasy.
I've been thinking Riki.
Well, there's also Ricky from Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Xenoblade Chronicles 1.
There's too many names. We should all be named.
I will say, that was the other thing I remember specifically about Danganronpa 3. There are so many names that start with a K. Like, almost half of them do. And it's like, why are there so many?
The death of
If you
Lord
reach out and try to
Discourse,
touch her
a
again,
great
you're gonna lose
loss
your
for all
arm.
the spirit.
Was this Maester Jiskel really such a great guy?
No, he was the worst.
Actually, he was.
He was truly a great man.
And like all great men, he is now dead. Because when you take away what's right, you know what you're left with? Everything that's left.
Has come before us. Lord Seymour is the child of a Guado and a human. He will be the tie that binds our two races together.
Man, this guy is thirsting hard over Seymour.
Lord
Praise the Lord.
He will surely become the shining star.
Bro,
that
please keep
lights
it
the
in your
way
pants.
for all the peoples of Spira.
He's got a hope boner like Nagito had for Hajime.
Must I always endure such praise?
Freaking hair.
It's just all of it.
If
All
anybody
of it.
could like truly successfully like recreate that with their hair, not a wig, their actual hair, like mega props. I don't think all the tubes or hair gel in the world can get your hair to go like that.
Yuna must rush.
Pardon me. It's
Gotta
been
go
a long
fast.
time since I had guests.
I don't like his voice. I don't like his design. He creeps me the hell out.
that always sounds like he's about to molest you.
I know! He creeps me the hell out. Like,
Hey, we green screened.
are you shitting me?
Oh. I do remember this having like visual issues, but the game does autosave, so if you want to close it and reopen it, we should be okay.
For real?
Remember we had like the issues of characters not showing up?
Yeah, I know.
That was funny. It was good times.
Okay.
Very good times.
This is what, the 4th time?
First time tonight, but I think 4th time overall. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
right. It's either 3rd or 4th. That number sounds correct, though. It's probably one of those things that I could fix by uninstalling and reinstalling the game, and it would keep the save file. But unsurprisingly, the file for this game is a little big. Because
Also,
it's technically the first and second of Final Fantasy X games, so it's a pretty big file.
Go fast. Okay.
Now just go to the autosave. The autosave will be probably ahead of wherever you were.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, that's not too bad. And you just gotta talk to everybody, you can just speed through
There's
it.
no temple. Summoners usually.
I think this was around the time, as you'll notice too, even though it's fully voice acted for stuff like this, that it's not the traditional version of a cutscene. Like, you can speed it up, it's not
Your Xander, I suppose I
different graphics, quote unquote, like how cutscenes and gameplay usually don't match each other one and the same.
Stay on.
Why?
Those with power. Maester.
You sure you don't have...
I lived a long...
Gotta go fast.
I get the feeling he called.
I think we've already explained why he's got his arm in the sleeve, right? For Orin. Like the little thing he holds it in. Like, his arm's not broken. You've seen him use it in combat. It's so he can't do, like, the little praise be to Yevon bow. So, yeah, he definitely has something against Yevon. I don't think it ever tells you that outright, but yeah, his arm's fine.
His arm's fine, he's just
wearing it in a sling so that he doesn't have to do all the, like, the religious, you know,
What did I do this
rigmarole.
time that I didn't do last time?
Mm-hmm. Maybe you just talked to everybody you needed
It is
to.
good to have guests again.
I feel like he's almost as creepy as Seymour is.
Absolutely.
The death of Lord Dis.
Was this...
He also strikes me as a man that, like, doesn't really know what a toothbrush is. Not really quite sure what a dentist is.
Gross.
Probably lost all his teeth by the time he was 30.
Lord Seymour, he will be the advantage. Lord, he will surely become.
That is it. Must I always
Okay,
endure
that
such
swinging
praise?
thing is way too distracting.
It's funny because it's like, it's one of those things of like, right when you've forgotten about it, then it reappears again.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It
that.
just- It's like I'm not even paying attention to what's happening, it's just...
Please keep this short.
Yuna must rush.
Pardon me. It has been a long time since I had
It's been
guests.
a long time.
Lady Yuna, this way.
Okay, but she's not going alone, right?
No. No, you're right. There we go. See, this would be like an actual cutscene.
The stars.
Oh.
Dude, I forget the upgrade in graphics on these cutscenes.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, the cutscenes have not been changed. This is what it looked like, at least within the retrospect of seeing it on the CRT that it did in 2002. Does that look familiar?
Mm-hmm. Yo! I was here.
Yeah, at the very beginning of your game. So you can now officially confirm, if this is to be believed true, that Titus was sent 1,000 years into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Which it looks weird that this is the past. It would normally look the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
She once lived in this metropolis.
So it was his mom a human dropped out of nowhere too?
No.
Oh, then who is she?
Yeah, he's referring to a different she.
Who is she? Oh my god. Is that her?
That's not his mom. That's the she that he is referring to. Yep.
Why is she dressed like
First
that?
person to defeat sin.
Why not?
Save the world from its ravages. And you.
She looks like
inherited her
she's
name.
been
It was
held
my father who
captive.
named me.
Lord Braska was entrusting you with a great task.
Wait, so
He
she was the
wanted you
first one to face
as
sin?
Lady
Mhm.
Unaleska did.
How is she still
However,
alive though?
She's
Wasn't
not.
it
This
like-
is remember, this is Xanarkand 1,000 years ago.
Oh, okay,
To
okay,
defeat
okay.
the undefeatable sin, it took an unbreakable bond of love, of the kind that binds two hearts for eternity.
I'm not falling in love with you, so fuck off.
Hashtag pooping partners. We'll make that the raid message. Nice hat. I'll bet if he jumped for joy, he'd get stuck in the ceiling.
You need to back off, dude. Freaking me out. Fuck off. I'm gonna call the police.
For the record, you're not supposed to be hearing what he's saying right now.
Okay.
You, as in you, the player, are not supposed to
Yeah.
hear this. So this
Titus,
is not an
help.
audio glitch. You're not supposed to be hearing anything there.
That's fair. Titus, help.
And literally anybody.
Go away.
Doesn't have to be Titus. Literally anyone.
I'll take Rikku, get over here.
I'll take a literal random person that's not Trommel bursting through the door.
If I were Titus, I'd be immediately running to square up with this dude. She's freaked out. I'm gonna pick a fight.
Kind of surprised Kamari didn't.
That was weird. This is still weird.
Nice boob shot, though. There's a butt shot for Kamari.
Wow, your face is beet red.
You okay?
Man, close your eyes. Completely different listening experience.
Yes.
He asked me to marry him.
No.
You serious?
Titus is just like, the fuck you
Kick his
did.
ass.
What you know.
Kick his ass. Kick his ass. His
Lady
ass.
Una. No. All summoners are charged with bringing peace to spirit. But this means more than just defeating sin.
No,
She
we're not
must
doing
ease
political
the suffering
marriages here.
Of all spirit.
No.
She must be a leader for the people.
No.
I proposed to Lady Una as a maester of Yevon.
No, you
No.
didn't. You wanted to get a little freaky deaky. That's what it was.
Expression may amuse an audience, but it changes nothing.
Oh, that's such a good line.
Even so, the actors must play their parts.
Damn, that's a good one, too. Except now I'm distracted by the stupid thing!
Like I said, like as simplistic as the writing is here, sometimes it's just like by the end of it you're just like, damn, like that's all you can say.
It's got some good lines.
Orin has like so many good ones.
I await your favorable reply.
I await you.
I didn't realize the favorable reply was the word no.
Yeah, right?
Why are you still here, sir?
And there it is.
I beg your pardon.
That's...
We Guado are keen to descend.
I forgot what Titus does right here. This is really funny.
Oh my god.
Wait. He's just like, fuck off. It's so good.
God.
It's like, could you not do that? Personal space much?
Alright, now I gotta go shower to get the dick off of me.
Daughter, Seymour, the leader of the Guado, married in the name of Yevon, overcoming the barriers of race. It would give Spira something cheery to talk
They
about.
fixed racism, you guys.
Yep, they did it.
I can't believe they fixed racism.
We did it. All it took was one marriage, and that's it.
One forced political marriage.
Jealous?
Riku,
What?
now's not the time.
We gotta defeat.
At least Titus is like roughly the same age as her.
Right?
Seymour's like double her age.
Right?
Maybe it is.
It's like, dude, go like invest in your tax portfolios or something.
If my getting married would help Spira,
No.
if it would make people happy,
No.
if I could do that for people,
No.
maybe I should do what I can.
No.
I never imagined doing anything like this.
Because you shouldn't.
I won't answer till I know what's right.
Good.
Seriously?
Because the
You can
answer
always
is no.
just quit your pilgrimage and get married.
No, Riku.
I will. Go on. I'm sure that Lord Seymour will understand.
I guess so.
Riku,
I am a
shut up.
summoner. I must fight and defeat sin.
Like Braska before you.
I had to stop myself from shouting. What's there to think about?
Thank you.
To the far plane. I'm going to see my father and think on this.
Go on. We'll be right behind you.
I wondered why none of the others ever asked Yuna. Do you love Seymour? Do you even like him?
Because the answer is no on both counts. Are you kidding me?
Even if she did like him, they've only spoken like 4 times ever, including that one. So the far plane is basically at the top right of the map, where that little thing is just above you. That's the path you want to take, so you have to kind of go around to find it, but it is there.
To the far
Yeah,
right.
so go back and then up and to the right. No, you're going the right way.
Ah, okay.
Keep going left and then backwards, like towards this camera. Towards the camera.
Ah.
Then to the right. And up that. There you go. It's kind of tucked away.
This is beyond obnoxious.
This is the only time you have to come here, and then there's like one additional time you can come here for, I think, a little bit of flavor text.
Question about this far
Answer.
plane. When somebody dies, a summoner sends them to the far plane, right?
Yes,
so
we're
their
dying.
souls or whatever they are.
Yes, we're dying.
They go to the far plane, right? But that's the far plane we're going to, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and...
Yuna's old man's there too?
We've already established that Titus is dumb.
I mean, he's the unreliable
But-
narrator. Like, it's sort of the different version of giving him amnesia, but instead of him not remembering anything, it's just he genuinely doesn't know. Which I do feel like is better than the typical I don't remember amnesia trope. As annoying as it is still better.
Where you going, dude?
Aren't you coming?
I do not belong there.
You're scared.
Searching the past to find the future. This is all that is there. I need it.
Riku, why are you all the way over there?
Be going.
Yeah, Rikku doesn't go with you either. In fact, I recommend you talk to her, because she's got a really good
Your
line here.
memories of them. People
She might
think
actually
they're
just say it
relatives,
naturally.
And the fireflies react to them. They take on the form of the dead person. An illusion, nothing else.
You know what? That's actually a really good explanation of it.
What? You're not going either, Rikku?
I keep my memories inside.
No. I'm
Memories are
traumatized.
nice, but that's all they are.
I'm gonna stand and think about it.
Poke,
Yep.
poke.
Poke it with your finger, that'll show it. Mhm.
Just all of a sudden, you have disturbed the tomb.
poke your finger, it's like
Just a load of
yanks your
spiders
arm
just
in.
come crawling out.
Ew. Hey, pull my finger.
What the?
Be sure to talk to Waka while you're in here, by the way.
Okay. Summon the entirety of Sin.
Well, Sin's still alive, so thankfully you can't do that.
That's fair. So
That's
it's
a pretty-
his
that's a
dad
pretty good
who
shot
is
there.
Sin. Isn't that Sin?
No.
Oh.
Just a really cool shot of some clouds.
Dude, the
Yeah.
colors there. Okay, I'm remembering now that some of my comments from the last time we played this are talking about the colors specifically, like in
Yeah.
the cutscenes. But the colors, the way that the light reflects, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like,
So there's Yuna's parents.
The farplane was cool, but I couldn't stop thinking about Yuna. Her parents, they looked so happy together. But it got me worried that maybe seeing them would make Yuna really consider Seymour's proposal.
so his dad being Sin, does that mean his dad is dead, or is
No.
it just...
In fact, that comes up in a scene here in a second when you're with talking to Yuna is how you progress, so if you want to talk to the others,
Come
then...
see you earlier, yeah?
Yeah?
Sorry. I know
Sorry.
you won't hold it against me. I gave up that game. I'm a guardian from here on, you know? This guy looks a lot like you. Showed up. Traveling with him, I thought maybe
He does
he
look
was
a
still
lot like
alive
him.
somewhere,
Yeah.
huh? But then again, here you are on the far plane. Guess your
It's
place
literally
is
just
here. So,
Mirage.
how you been?
So now that you understand the memory
Guy I just told you
about the Brotherhood, the sword that he's holding right now, now is when it gets all those upgrades. I guess it's because you understand like what it truly meant for Waka to give it to you. So if you check it in your items right now, you can see the upgrades on it. Or it'll be under equip. There you go.
Nice. Sick.
And it'll actually last you a pretty good while before you need to change that thing.
And coming here really makes that clear. I should focus more on what I have to do now.
Oh yeah, I forget that they were a thing.
Yeah, Chapu and
I'm not
Lulu.
even sure what I'm saying.
Don't you mean that you should leave Chapu behind? I'm sure he was a great guy, but there'll be others.
That's a possibility.
How about Waka?
What, me? With Waka?
Yeah, you two get along
Laying the
great.
groundwork there.
They really don't get along that well.
They really
They just like to
don't.
fight with each other.
Yes.
My mistake.
You'd do well to remember that. Knowing a bit about women might come in handy.
This is a good line from Lulu here in a second.
Yeah, I'll remember.
I won't be forgetting either. Goodbye, Chapu. You always said I looked grumpy. But those were the happiest days of my life.
No. Sad.
Lulu might be the most underrated character of all the protagonist characters you get to play as.
Alright.
Off to Yuna.
So, Yuna?
I've decided.
Oh, really? That's good.
I remember when I was only 7 years old in Bavel that day. My father had defeated Sin, and the whole town was out in the streets. Everyone was laughing. They all seemed so happy. If I defeated Sin, that would make everyone happy, wouldn't it? I must do what everyone wants, not just what I want.
Let's go back. You gotta tell Seymour.
You have to
Before
Seymour
that,
to go
call
away.
Sir Jet.
We could just leave and not tell him anything, too. That would also be funny.
Don't worry, he won't come.
Trying not to think about my old man made me think about him. Of course.
I mean, yeah, that is how that works.
I told you.
He isn't here because
Oh, I
he's
just
not
asked
dead.
like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Sin.
Also, that answers your question if he would show up or not.
That
Yeah.
means he's alive, you know.
What if my old man
It's also a
really
good
is dead?
segue here in a
What
second.
would I
Something
say
else.
to Yuna? Heck, to everybody in Spira. Wait, why should I have to apologize for him anyway? I'd rather never see him again.
What makes you hate him so?
He's literally
Everything he does just makes me mad.
That's fair.
It was his fault that me and my mother...
Mom?
It's her.
She's very pretty.
But... wait. No one ever performed the sending for her.
She must have accepted death while she was still alive.
Whoa there. That's my mother you're talking about.
I don't... What?
It's okay.
What?
Well, it's kind of along the theory of, like, remember, they say it earlier on, not in this play session, but what causes people that aren't sent to become monsters is because they start resenting people that are still alive. But if you don't have the desire or the will to be alive, that hate never builds.
Rikku?
Of course.
I suppose, but
Well, like, it makes sense. I don't get why he was
just a second.
mad that she was saying that.
Whenever my old
I think he was more just joking with her of like, hey, you say my mom gave up? Like, that kind of
That's
thing.
when I started to resent him, even hate him.
As you've already seen a couple times, like, it's implied that there's abuse from Jecht, and there definitely is, like, emotional, but there's implied that there's physical abuse, but there's no evidence anywhere in the game to support that in the English or Japanese version.
I wouldn't know what to do.
Don't say Mom is gonna die.
I don't know if they left that out intentionally due to not wanting to show even a hint of it, or if they just kind of wanted to leave it as leaving it up to your interpretation.
Gives up living so it can join its mate. It was just like that. I hated my old man even more.
Damn.
But really, my old man...
Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
He's got crappy parents.
Go to him. He'll cry if you don't.
Crappy parents.
Oh, man. I must sound so stupid.
I don't think so.
How embarrassing.
Having emotions couldn't be me.
I mean, at his age, yeah.
I'm ready. Did I miss something?
No.
Yes. At the same time.
That is definitely the guy responsive. Did I miss some emotion? No, absolutely not.
Thanks for waiting. I'll go give my
Of course, I just said it because I thought it'd be funny.
Lord Driscoll.
Uh-oh.
Lord Driscoll.
He's melting.
He does not belong here.
Why?
Yuna, send him.
Go away. Hello?
Yeah, Orin's going crazy.
Driscoll. He is Lord Driscoll no more. Send him
Now he's
out.
melty, Lord Driscoll. Now he's Dolly's clock Driscoll.
And now you got a shiny rock.
You got a thing. That just tanked the frame rate for some reason.
Yep.
Leave now.
Oran, you good, man? Are you chill? Do you need help?
What was that just now? That really Lord Driscoll?
You can do either one here. Up to you.
He wasn't sent, so he became a fiend, right?
I know stuff.
That he was sent once, but he stayed on Spira. Something, a powerful emotion, could have bound him to this world. Such things happen.
That's against the rules, isn't it?
Screw the rules.
He was murdered.
Screw the rules. He had green hair.
Especially this guy.
Yep. You're in control.
Oh
of it.
my god, okay.
Yeah.
I went the wrong direction, didn't I?
Yep. So yeah, this is the beginning of the concept of what's called an unsent. Or not an unsent, but what is the term? I'm trying to remember. I mean, it can be an unsent. But yeah, the concept of, like, people can actually remain in this world even after they die as sort of like a spirit, in a way, if they've got something that binds them strongly enough to the world.
I will go.
In the case of Lord Driscoll, his son.
We did get the answer that she's
Driscoll
not gonna say.
is the Guado's problem, not yours.
Right?
And everybody splits up. I think there's a scene you can view here with Lulu, an alternate scene.
So, Lulu, what do you think about Yuna getting married?
As long as the pilgrimage continues, either way's fine.
That's it? What if she doesn't even like the guy? Is that okay?
People marry for many reasons.
What's that mean?
Unfortunately,
Some
yes.
people
I mean, she's right. It's wrong, but she is correct.
Require love, you know? Defeat
Sometimes
sin
it
and bring
requires
joy to the
boobs.
people of Spira. Get
Sometimes it
married
requires
and bring
butt
joy
shots.
to the people of Spira.
But the good news is everybody
For
has a
Yuna,
butt.
they're just two ways down the same road.
It's not like it's a uvula or anything.
Is determination.
Only girl
If you
houses.
have that, you don't
Chad's like, what the fuck are they talking about?
I don't know.
If there was ever any like actual movie we could stream and get away with streaming it, that would be the one we would watch.
Absolutely.
It's such a good movie.
What am I supposed to do for the extra thing?
I think you just need to find Lulu again. I think she's down towards the red door, but not quite there. But like, just poke around if you want. I think there's also a small one with Kamari as well.
There it is. I'm gonna straighten
Listen,
to her.
if Yuna gets married,
Plus, I already know what you're gonna pick for your option here in dialogue.
That again?
yes.
You were
If
literally
she
just
is to
talking about
marry,
it.
I would want her to marry for love.
See?
But if Yuna said she wanted to marry the one she loves, I would have to object.
What?
You're not making much sense.
I know.
Talk to her again.
Lulu?
I've talked enough about that.
What?
I'm sorry. Just forget about it.
I will
Jeez,
not.
Grumpy.
You'll understand one of these days.
When you're
I
older.
just don't want to give it words. Not yet.
She wants her to marry for love,
I
but she
shouldn't
doesn't
have to
want her
say
to marry
this,
for love.
But don't fall in love with her.
I know which one you're gonna pick, so you should pick the one you're thinking of, which is you're more my type.
Interesting. I suppose I could add you to my list.
Hey yo!
Hey yo!
So, a thing, I don't know what the development plan for this was, but there was, like, at some point development for, like, Titus to somewhat, at least on some level, thankfully not, you know, sausage and donut level, of getting with either Lulu or Rikku, actually. Rikku was also an option.
Yo.
But while you can still get dialogue like that, ultimately it only matters for one additional scene, not too terribly far away. And ultimately, story-wise, it doesn't amount to anything. It all kind of ends up funneling into the same storyline. I think Kamari is right there in that house. If you try to go in there, I think he... Yep.
Oh, hey. How's it going?
Guado potion's good. Buy some before leaving.
Do we need some? I got a bunch. Wait, hold up.
Do actually check and see if they've got... There's a specific one I'm looking for, and they probably don't have it yet. Also check with Iwaka, too, if you want. No, that's just the usual. You might be able to check and see if Riku's got any armor or weapons from him. Yeah, that's just his items. Try the armor. Because if he does have it... Yeah, see all those yellow ones at the bottom? Yellow shield, ring, arm guard, all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I will warn you, the area coming up has a buttload of electric enemies, and Lightning Orb will cut the damage you take by electric attacks by half. So if you want to put this on all of your party members temporarily, it would help with you taking significantly less damage coming up. And some people may not need it, like Kamari, because he's got Lightning Ward already on what he's currently using. And it's not something you have to permanently keep. Like, you can have it for just the area and then just de-equip it.
Hypothetically, I could go on and just sell it back, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once you're through the area,
I don't have to buy one of each of them, right?
I mean, like I said, there's some you straight up don't need to buy. Like Kamari's you don't need, because you've already got Lightning Ward on his red ring. But, like, a very high majority of the enemies will use Thunder, Thundara, Thundaga attacks in this area. Like, almost all of them. There's only one off the top of my head I can think of that doesn't do that. Also, you can buy the Devastator for Rikku, since that's hopefully a weapon that actually has some sort of ability on it. It's probably not going to show up right now, but if you do ever see an ability on Rikku's weapon called Alchemist, get it. Because it doubles the effect of whatever potion type you use. And so later on there's a potion that you can get that restores 1,000 HP to all of your party members out, and if she uses it, it doubles it to 2,000. So it becomes really good. It also means that she can use a Phoenix down as a full life, as in it will bring somebody back with full health instead of half health. So if you ever run into Alchemist, definitely buy it, for sure. It probably won't come up for a while, but it is very, very good. And I believe only her weapons come up with it.
Okay, sweet.
Cool.
Alrighty. Way in.
Alright, let's see, she said she wanted to talk to Seymour. She already left, right? She went through the door. I think at this point you have to try to leave. Like, leave Guadosalam. Could be wrong about that, but we'll see. No, I guess not. Try to leave by going forward, I guess. So to go forward through Guadosalam, go back down, and then keep going straight, and on that intersection there, make a left, because that's how you leave. Yeah, it's through there. There we go.
Why? Was the Lady Summoner not with you?
No, she's at Seymour's place.
That's Maester Seymour, or Lord Seymour.
That's your mom.
Oh, I'll be careful. Sorry.
I'll be careful. Sorry about calling him that. Anyway, about Seymour.
I'll do it again.
Seymour left Guadosalam a short while ago.
Call him Seymour Butts.
Are you serious?
I believe he went to the temple in Makalania. Maester Seymour is also the high priest of that temple.
Oh, are they gonna make the joke?
I gotta tell the others.
I think they're about to make the joke. Oh, I hope they make the joke. This is going to prove that this game was made in 2001/2 when it comes up.
Lord Gisco, please tell me, what can I do to help?
Well, I'm just a painting, so... Yeah, I think this is it.
They say Seymour went to Macarena Temple.
Hey, Macarena.
So good. Oh, what a time the 90s were.
I wasn't expecting Yuna's answer so soon.
Macarena Temple.
Yay,
That's fucking great. That's a good ass joke right there.
On the follow-up,
Aye? It's so good.
It's true, it's nothing.
I'm picturing Senor Mata reading that and just laughing his ass off. Alright, let's get out of here. Off to the Thunder Plate. This is a very good area to grind for experience. We'll probably not stick around here too long, but just make a note that it's a good place for experience grinding.
We're here.
She was scared shitless. Which, good reason, it appears.
How are we supposed to cross that?
Comparatively,
Towers?
you're very
Lightning
small.
is drawn to them, hopefully.
Mostly.
We head north.
Ideally.
Not too near and not too far from the towers, yeah?
Not too near, not too
Meaning we
perfect.
should avoid wide open areas.
Excellent.
Actually, you can do whatever you want.
I think I forgot something in Guadosalam.
Hell no.
Like a change of underwear? Nice butt shot.
Yep.
Okay,
Nice knowing you.
Nice knowing that butt shot.
Bye.
Moving across the Thunder Plains, lightning can strike anywhere on the Thunder Plains. Lightning can strike at any time, so keep moving. For the record, you will not take damage from that.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, so you're not gradually losing HP by messing up here. If you stand underneath the towers, lightning won't strike you. You can also dodge it by pressing X, right when the lightning flashes. We're not going to worry about this too much. Thankfully for you, I'm going to be doing this off screen. But it will give you an idea for how it works as you try to dodge it, because there are prizes for dodging multiple lightning bolts in a row.
Sick. Ouch.
The problem is, doing that's not very easy, and this is one area that if you're not good at dodging the lightning bolts, I would recommend coming back with no encounters later on, so stuff like this doesn't happen. Because unfortunately the game is kind of dickish in the fact it's really good about, right after you complete a battle, it will immediately strike you with lightning.
Oh, no.
It can still be dodged if that happens, it's just usually you forget about it because you were just in a battle.
Okay.
So.
Oh, damn.
Well, Lulu's confused, but she can't do much damage with her physical attack, so it's okay.
Ooh, are you good, man? Ouch. Well, get out of here.
If you want, you can swap in Lulu or you can swap in Rikku, sorry, and steal from that elemental. The elementals will almost always have their corresponding marbles in order to forge. So it'll have an electro marble, yeah. So this is used to forge stuff like lightning proof, lightning ward, or lightning touch on your weapons to inflict lightning damage. Try to attack herself.
She's very confused.
Yep. Yeah, those eyeballs are usually the first ones you want to get out because they'll try to confuse you. Unfortunately, they got the ambush, so there wasn't anything you could do about it at the time, but... Yeah, you want Isuna if you're trying to cure her. Kimari. Kimari gets something to turn. Swap him out. Yeah, the other thing about putting Kimari on the thief grid is, unsurprisingly as you would expect of a thief, he will end up being pretty fast as well. The typical thief status of high speed, ability to steal, but not too much else that's very high stats.
Okay, vulnerable to opposing...
Water.
Okay.
Yeah. Vulnerable to water, half damage to fire and ice, and will absorb electricity, so it will get the health back.
Boom. No, just kidding.
Yeah, you're a tiny bit under level, but you can always get experience here. Like I said, the experience here is pretty good.
Get Whack. Damn.
Yeah, those elementals do not take much damage from physical hits. Even Orin's not doing that much, considering. You're also only using your level 1 spells.
Oh, never mind.
That was water instead of Watera.
I mean, I still got it eventually.
Yeah. It's more just keep in mind for getting the overkills.
That's fair. Okay. Goddamn. That is very fast.
Would you like to take a guess at how many lightning bolts you have to dodge to get the final prize?
100.
Close. 200. In a row.
God.
If you miss a single one, you start over. Which is kind of stupid. Usually the best strategy is to just stand there and just wait for the lightning to strike and then dodge that way. Because if you have to jump back from the lightning, it won't trigger a battle. So as long as you're not moving, you can't run into any encounters. But again, this is something I'm going to be doing off screen because the lightning bolt dodging is nothing short of terrible. But it is required, I think the 100, fittingly enough, as you said, is the one that's required for getting one of the crests or sigils, I believe, for one of Lulu's crests or sigils for her ultimate weapon.
Yo, why are y'all picking on Waka?
As a side note, remember how I said to buy it, and thankfully you did, all the ward stuff? Because remember, this would be doing double damage right now had you not done that.
Yikes.
So that was why I recommended it.
Figured.
Yep.
And again.
In the previous fight, somebody learned, it said like somebody had learned an overdrive mode. Who was that learned that? If not, we can check it after the fight. It's not going to matter for this battle specifically. For the record, I think those dudes, the ones that you just targeted, I think they give you lunar curtains if you steal from them. The other guys will give you electro marbles, same as the other elementals did. I don't know all the steals perfectly. I did do like a lot of that to up the weapons that I wanted in my playthrough, but I don't know them all. There's too many enemies to keep track.
Oh no. Survived. Get wrecked.
Well, since you're going into the sub-screen to heal, presumably, now that this fight's over, you can go ahead and look at the overdrive command. There's Rikku catching up on the experience. Like I said, they knew that she was under-leveled, so they gave you that little buff for a while. Alright, so go to Overdrive. Pick any character. And then hit B once and go to Set Mode. Okay, so it's on somebody else, so switch to another character. Yeah, that's who it was. It was Lulu. So you can see at the top how to build the Overdrive gauge. So you're currently on when they take damage, or you can set it to Comrade when your allies take damage. I recommend Comrade just because, again, statistically, it's going to be more likely to happen. Titus says Warrior, so whenever you damage enemy, Comrade. For Waka, I would put Comrade on. Comrade is always a good choice. Like, ones where your characters take damage is always a good choice. If it's damage enemy, if it's an attacking person like Orin, that's a good choice. These are just naturally given to you as you, like, attack a certain amount of times, get hit a certain amount of times, allies get hit, whatever the case may be. So they'll just naturally pop up as time goes on. But if you see a new overdrive pop up, like a new overdrive mode for a character, it might be worth looking at to try to help and fill their gauge more quickly.
Now's a great time to do this.
I mean, it'll give her more health and whatnot.
Yeah. Ooh, that right?
So let's see.
Because this one's behind. I don't know, I thought
Move the cursor. Don't actually, like, select anything, but move the cursor back over to the right. I just want to check something. Might be hard for me to see it. Oh, they're at the bottom. Okay. So it's going to be, like, borderline impossible to tell, especially because it's on Kamari's. But, like, see all the blue dots at the bottom? Like, you can barely see them on the individual pieces. Like, they're really hard to spot because Kamari's is dark blue. Yeah. That means that's a node that Kamari has activated. So if you start going backwards, that means that you're going backwards towards the beginning of his sphere grid. So you want to avoid doing that.
So I want to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah. It may not be exactly the opposite direction, but you definitely don't want to follow that way. That's
so
set behind a... Yeah. You can also check if you go a little bit farther left on those two little plus ones. Down, and then left. And then down and to the left again. Not that far. Like, go to that circle that's to your left. You can check abilities that are inside that one. Oh, you're trying to move. Yeah, that will be why. Here, back out of that. and then try to move freely. And then go to that circle that's just to the left of the one you're at, right in the center of it. So that's Reflect. So that gives you an idea of where you're going. So Reflect is like a white magic spell. So if you find stuff that's thief-based, Spare Change, for example, is a thief-based thing. Mug would be another one. So that would tell you approximately where you're supposed to be going. Is looking for stuff that like, oh, this fits the thief, this fits a white mage, whatever.
Probably more this way, right?
Yeah. Early on, it's not going to block you with level locks on Rikku, so it shouldn't be anything that's blocked by a level lock. Yeah, I'm curious of what that is, though. It's probably Poker Gale. That is a thief skill, but it's not too terribly great.
So, do we want to...
It's up to you. I just wanted to see if you had... That gave you a better idea of where a normal thief would progress on the sphere grid.
Yeah, I think it might...
Part of that is, unfortunately, just kind of knowing the abilities, but Mug is good in particular because it gives you the stealing effect, but it also hits the enemy for, like, a normal attack damage as well. It's also got a pretty high critical rate, I think. The big thing that thieves really need, though, is just steal, use, and Mug, which you're given steal and use, and Kamari will get steal and use probably on this go around of level ups if he doesn't have it already.
Okay, so we get over there.
This is honestly probably the hardest part of Riku's Sphere Grid, though, is just figuring out where to get started. Once you get moving, it's not that bad.
Because, like, I don't see any connections here.
Yeah, it's popping up from that lower spot. As you're going around to where Mug would be, if you're taking that lower path, you'd have to get past those level locks, but once you did, you could get it.
So I can just go ahead and start heading over this way, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it might be further down to get up over to Mug. I'm not sure. Because it's harder for me to see it back here where all the lines are intersecting.
Well, I just probably... We'll just go here.
Hey, thunder. How fitting for being in the Thunder Plains, right?
Yeah.
Lulu. Did she get Demi yet? I imagine she probably did. If not, she's gonna get pretty close. Demi's not that great, though, unfortunately. It might be that skill that's to the bottom right over here. Maybe. What is that?
Oh my god.
She's going up that direction.
I'm genuinely so confused as to how these move. Anyways.
It's one of those things of like, it's really weird, but once you get used to the sphere grid, it's actually kind of fun, and then you show it to other people, and they're like, what in God's name is this?
Well, and I got used to it. It's been so long.
Yeah, it's been half a year, basically, is the
Yeah.
problem. But no, you're doing fine on this. It's weird, for as complicated as it looks, at least at the beginning, it's actually really easy to navigate, all things considered. Once you're used to it, you'll just go through it like it's nothing.
Well, mainly my biggest complaint is the visuals on it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I wish the connecting lines to show you what went where were a little bit more concrete. I get, like, the effect they were going for, but yeah, it's not the best in the world. Poke around through the peephole outside and see what it looks like out there. Bring on the rain, please. It needs to be looking like Florida up in here to make up for all the rain we didn't get. No offense, Florida. Please send the rain this way, we will take it. Even if it floods our streets, we need it bad. So I think probably pretty close by this point. If you see anything on the sphere grid for Orin, something like Power Break, Magic Break, anything like that, that means that you're headed on his grid. He starts getting stuff of like buff killers when he attacks, of like eliminating shields, eliminating offense, that kind of thing.
I don't.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's.
Armor Break is really, really good though, because you've seen how enemies have the shields that like only piercing can get through. If they get hit with Armor Break, then anybody can attack them for full damage. Like for the rest of the fight. It's really, really good. It's one of those things late game when everything has a shield, you're going to be using it quite a bit. Yeah. See, the dot's a lot easier to see down there. The green dots where Riku's grid was, those are way easier to spot than Kamari's are. Kamari's are just too dark. And I get they already had a light blue with Titus, but like, they should have picked another brighter color. They could have picked red. Like, I know Orin's got an orange one, but like, make his a little bit more of a bright orange and make Kamari's a bright red.
Alright.
I know it doesn't fit his character color, but still. It's so hard to see.
Okay. Everyone was facing the... Oh, no, wait. This is the wrong... I thought everyone was facing the wrong direction.
No.
Oh, my.
It's funny you mentioned that, though. In certain games, not this one, thankfully, you can get what's called back attack, where instead of having your units in just a straight line like this, you'll have a front row and a back row. And so back attack means that it flips to where your back attack is, or your back row is now your front row and vice versa. The back row is ones that don't take as much damage from attacks, so you put like your white mages and stuff back there.
Mm-hmm.
And it does that on the camera. It actually flips it to where they're facing the wrong way, and then the enemies attack you. It's basically a worse version of an ambush, where the enemy gets the first turn, but they also get the back attack. That was in a lot of the older games, though, like Final Fantasy 3 and 4. Nice. That Stone Touch has really been coming in handy.
Right?
I could usually never get those things to activate. Though I will say, one of the funny things that I did just for a laugh on my first playthrough is, you've seen, like, you can customize different stuff. I put Death Touch on one of Yuna's weapons, and so she would run up and swing them with the mallet for, like, next to no damage, but it would insta-kill them.
That's hilarious.
It was really fun. I had a lot of fun doing that. Dong! 34 damage, they're dead. As one might expect with death-based magic and weapons, though, anything that would actually be super useful on like a boss resists it. As is the case. So it was more just for comedy, but I enjoyed doing it.
Look at it. There you go.
Nice! Good shot. Yeah, I'd say barring Lulu's magic and Waka, he probably is the most accurate team member. Like, he doesn't miss too terribly often. Thundara. The other funny thing that you can do here is with those Electro Marbles, if you get enough of them, you can customize what's called Lightning Eater on your defense. And so if you get hit by a lightning attack, not only do you not take damage, you actually get health back from it.
Damn.
Yeah. I did that in a later area with Fire Gems to get Fire Eater on some of my characters.
Nice.
It was very helpful. Because a lot of the enemies in that area like to do the self-destruct / explosion of Pokemon, but instead of doing damage to me, like heavy damage, they just healed me.
That's awesome.
I love the customization in this game. It honestly, like, elevates it that much more. In a lot of the older games, it was like, okay, you start with knife, you upgrade from knife to broadsword, you upgrade from broadsword to silver sword. Like, there was no customization, it was just number go up. Yeah, I think I'm actually... Oh, it is definitely raining out there. I see droplets on the window. Yes! I'm going to go leave you all to it. I'm going to go look outside. I want to actually step out there and see how it looks. Oh, you would not believe how nice it smells outside right now.
I'm sure it's fantastic.
Oh. Everyone else is like, why are they so excited about rain? If only you knew, man. If only you knew. Yeah, Yuna's not really built for offense, per se. Other than the Aeons, that's sort of her...
I'm gonna hit it. Whack. Good job.
Now imagine that insta-killing the enemy and you'll know why I thought it was funny.
Dude, I kind of want to do that now.
I don't think you get the stuff to customize Death's Touch or Death's Strike for a while, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As one would expect from an ability to insta-kill any normal monster. Lulu does get death as a spell as well, but again, a lot of stuff resists that.
How are you? Oh, okay. I thought it wasn't dead. I was like, how are you not dead?
He gone.
Bro.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to hit that, unfortunately.
My turn now.
Oh, you got your overdrive. You should try using that in your next battle, slice and dice. Not for this one though, because there's only one enemy. But thankfully, it functions the exact same way that your previous one did. The bar to get the thing to line up in is a tiny bit smaller, but aside from that, it's exactly the same. Which is one of the things I like, is if you can figure out how to do his overdrive on the first one, you can figure out how to do it on all of them.
Oh wait, I need to do that.
A strange stone.
Really?
There's
That's
nothing
it?
you can do with it right now. It's a puzzle that you'll have the ability to interact with later. Involving what's called a cactuar. Preemptive strike, which means you get first free set of turns, so you can try slice and dice. Damages all enemies.
No, I've been saving this one for you.
Nice. Well, if he would attack not the elemental, there we go. Titus. Well, it would have been good had he not attacked the elemental for almost all of his hits. But unfortunately, there's no way to control what enemy he will target. Nice.
Alright. So, yeah.
Did we go over Lulu or Orin's overdrives at all and how they work, by the way? I wouldn't recommend using Lulu's.
I don't think so.
So, what Lulu's is, as you saw, it's called a Fury attack. It basically requires you to rotate the analog stick, but you pick between, like, your normal magic spells, so you have, like, Fire of Fury, Water of Fury. It's basically a multi-hit attack of whatever elemental you choose. The problem is, unlike a lot of the other multi-hit ones, it's actually weaker in power per hit, so it's really not worth using all that much. But the weird thing is you can even do it with stuff like Death or Bio. Like, you can have a Death Fury or a Bio Fury on a single enemy, which the Bio would just poison them over and over again. You can't stack poison. So unfortunately, her ultimate, her overdrive isn't that great. Orin's is based on, as you saw whenever Jiskel dropped that sphere, the little blue thing that landed on the ground. Those are scattered around Spira, or will be, later on in the story. Not that much later. And by picking those up, that's how you get Orin his other overdrives. Because they're all based on the adventures that he had with Braska and with Jet. And all of his are some sort of, like, button input combination. They all look really cool, though. Like, one of them, he generates a tornado.
Nice. Okay, Yuna and Titus. I think that's everybody. Get him.
Nice.
Titus is awesome.
He's a bit of a dork and fun to pick on, but, like, so's Makoto.
Well, I would say, like, okay, yeah. But in battle, he actually kind of kicks
Yeah,
ass.
in battle he's pretty good. And like I said, one of the reasons that I picked 10, other than the fact that I love the story and a lot about it, is so many of the protagonists in Final Fantasy, specifically the player character ones, they're just so melancholic. And, like, there's nothing wrong with that, but it gets boring seeing the same thing over and over and over again. It's nice to see a protagonist that's, like, largely pretty cheerful and optimistic. Like, I could do without poor pitiful me, Squall, or Cloud, or anybody, and have something a little bit different. It's just a shame it took that many Final Fantasies to get to that point, but some of the early ones don't really have a player character protagonist. Like the first game, you just pick 4 units, like Thief, Warrior, Red Mage, Black Mage, whatever you want. You just go. They're not specified characters like Orin or Titus or whoever. Having you play Final Fantasy 1 could have been really interesting, because you pick your characters and then it drops you in the overworld and it's like, okay, have fun. I'll pick you up at 5.
God.
Like, it literally does not give you any information on what to do or where to go. You just go.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have gone well.
It was back in the day of, like, our games aren't very big, so we have to make things hard to find, and you have to figure it out yourself in order to increase the length of those games. Which was fine for the time, but now, not so much. Because either A, you don't want to deal with it, or B, you just look it up, and then the game takes substantially less time.
Absolutely.
Or both. Zelda 2 was notorious for that. All the puzzles of, like, okay, pick a path, left or right. You picked right. You chose incorrectly. Back to start. Pick left. Okay, pick left or right again. Picks left. Wrong. Back to start. Just, like, repeating that over and over ad infinitum. Of like, yeah, you could write it down and eventually through trial and error you'll figure it out, but, like, why? It's not a difficult puzzle. It's not one of, like, I don't understand this or this is too hard. It's just, this is taking my time. A little too much. Yeah, they do hit pretty hard. 200 damage, 250 for it being cut in half. Yeah, that's not bad.
No problem.
Yeah, and I think about it too, that's also while you're guarding. So it probably would do even more than that. It'd probably be closer to like 600 damage.
Yeah, that's not great.
Man. I will give the game credit. Like, as long as you're consistently fighting from stuff and not running away, it does keep you pretty well on par, level-wise.
Yeah.
The only thing I kind of wish, but I also get why they don't do it, is if it was a little more clear with how some boss fights kind of pop out of nowhere later on. Just to be like, hey, if you want to level up and grind, now would be your opportunity to do so. Because sometimes you just want to play through and not worry about it, and then, lo and behold, you end up in a boss fight that you're woefully underleveled for, and just promptly get annihilated by. Which has happened to me in this game, a couple times, in fact. I shudder to think of you attempting some of the boss fights I'm thinking about, of areas you go back to and potentially fight something. Mm.
Okay. Turnus was already out there.
This ends now.
Sit back and watch.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
That was a little fun.
Okay. Come back out here, Luna. Or Lulu.
So, how shall we do this?
Yeah.
My bad.
They work together to form Luna. Either the Pony Princess or the Wolf Girl from Hell of a Boss. Take your pick as to which. Even though they're not spelled the same.
Nope.
I'm trying to think if they've released a new episode yet. I think they've only released screenshots thus far. I just know it's a Luna-centric episode. At least it seems to be that way. The last one was really good, like the Millie and Moxie-centric episode. That one was really good. Man, that guy couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
Yeah, right?
He attacked both of your mages and missed them both as well. Yikes. Warrior. Nice. Don't tell me the rain stopped already. What the hell? That's fair. The confusion thing is kind of annoying.
Got you covered.
Doesn't he just?
Oh yeah.
I think you got Orin and Kamari left, right?
Yeah. Ouch.
Out of curiosity, do you have a favorite character, like, personality-wise yet? I know Rikku only joined, like, not that long ago, but still.
That's a good question. Let me think about it for a minute.
For my money's worth, I actually do like all the player characters in this. Like, they all have something to them, for me, personally.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like a lot of them, just in really different ways. Like,
Yeah.
Kamari is amazing, and I love him. Waka is so dumb.
Stop kidding
Like
around.
this.
So dumb. Rikku is batshit, and I love it.
Oh, does she do the creepy thing here? Oh, I mean, besides the laughing.
You're giving me the creeps.
Valid.
Like a panic attack.
Wait for it. Butt shot.
Hey, whoa!
I want to go home. I hate lightning. I hate thunder. Let's go rest over there. Please.
This storm never stops. Better to cross quickly.
I know.
Orlin has really cool lines. He's also a little...
Well, what now?
I know he's like the stereotypical badass, but like he does it really well.
Well, he's also very put upon, and I feel bad for him.
Ooh, yeah, don't leave this area. Wait for this to play out. Oh no!
Shit, I'm
You went-
sorry.
You might have to... Nah, I won't let you. Oh, damn. Oh, well. So what happens is, like, the group starts to leave, and she keeps trying to coax them back, and they, like, stop and turn around and listen to her, where she's like, pretty please, and, like, keeps doing it. And then they get, like, off camera, and she's like, y'all are just mean. And then they pop back in, and Orin's like, fine, we rest. She's worse than the storm.
It's hilarious.
It's not like her.
Yeah, Yuna, I'm kind of about. Yeah, Yuna, I'm kind of about. Lulu is. She's not bad. I wish there was a little bit. I mean, not to be persnickety, but in a game where there's so much story, I feel like she could have a little bit more character.
Yeah, and she will. Like,
You know
you still have a long way to go before you're done. You're maybe like a sixth of the way done.
Yeah, Waka is a moron.
Yep.
He's
and
so
we love
dumb.
him for it.
And we love him for it. Riku, it's still kind of hard to get a read, but batshit crazy is what I'm going with. Kimari, though, what a legend.
Yeah, 11 out of 10.
What a legend.
I think you can actually talk to Rikku here, and she'll explain why she doesn't like lightning and thunder.
Are you that scared?
When I was little, a fiend attacked me while I was swimming at the beach. My brother tried to beat it back with a spell.
And then he died.
Nope.
But he missed and hit me instead.
That is worse.
It was
Yep.
a thunder spell.
It was fitting because you lampshaded that earlier when you were fighting Rikku in the robot of like, I wish I could use an electric attack underwater.
It can be.
And I was like, oh, funny you should say that.
Magic is effective against marine fiends.
Yes.
My brother said that too.
Your brother would do well to aim better.
Maybe later.
Maybe later.
Nice to see you again.
You can teach her thunder spells, though, same as you could anybody else, if you get them on the sphere grid the right way.
Hilarious.
Remember,
was not
he's
suspicious at all.
Al-Bhed too, so he knows Rikku. But Rikku doesn't want the rest of the group, namely Waka, to know.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Hey, don't be suspicious.
It's not easy being a guardian to a summoner so young.
He is the put upon dad.
He kind of is the team dad.
Go away.
What a legend.
I think you have to talk to Rin now. Hello.
How goes your study of our language?
Okay.
That is. Allow me to present you with this book for your study.
Nice.
I wonder, would that be Sir Orin by any chance?
Yes, please don't get weird.
Up to
about
you.
it.
Like, it's just flavor. It depends on what you want to have happen.
Oh, he looks so much like him.
Yeah, he gets that a lot.
It's like, I hope you're welcome for distracting one of your fans, Orin. Oh, yes, there's so many good scenes in this game. I feel like I'm being like, oh, it's this scene over and over. Titus peeping in.
What a creeper.
Somebody should be keeping an eye on this kid. Like, what is he doing?
Oh my god.
Yes.
He's also dumb.
Oh, very.
Well...
Look, I hadn't seen any, in a while.
I needed,
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have...
I needed something to think of during my next tug session.
Oh god.
Hey!
The worst part is I was thinking, I need a deposit for the spin.
Just go Guado guy?
If you took her,
is his
like half of her
It says,
lines
"Take care
out
of my
of
son."
context, and without like the thing, it would be just porn.
Oh yeah,
His son,
like straight up.
Seymour? Well, I know one way to take care of him.
Hey! Keep those thoughts to yourself.
I
He's
think
trying
he-
to marry her, not you.
Well, I think he
What
meant
was that?
kill Seymour, not like take him to bed.
It's funny though.
Busted.
Busted. Waka kick his ass.
Yuna was acting funny.
She'll tell us when she's ready, so hold your chocobos till then.
Rightfully so. Waka is the himbo we all needed He is dumb, he is buff, and he respects women.
Yep. It also makes for hilarious older brother.
Mm-hmm.
Because as it is said very plainly, he very clearly sees Titus as a younger brother.
Mm-hmm.
They play off each other so well.
You were hoping it would.
I think that's why they introduced Waka more early than they did, like,
Mm-hmm.
almost anybody else.
Alright,
Technically, Rikku got introduced before him, but you didn't know who she was at that point.
you could be
Not
more
well and truly.
comforting or something. You know, try to cheer me up. You just don't get me at all, do you? Hey, are you
She's
listening?
like the younger sister that is insanely annoying.
Yeah.
I'm not scared.
You're the baby of the family, aren't you?
Yeah. So, like, I actually did talk about this. I'm trying to remember who I was messaging it to, of, like, this is always weird. This just comes out of nowhere and never plays any relevance.
Hello?
It's just, like, the most random scene. It's like, what the hell was that? Anyway, moving swiftly on, is that, like, because a lot of the game revolves around, like, birth, life, and death, mostly because of people dying prematurely due to sin, is removing Titus as one of the characters is basically you have two sets of three for characters and where they are emotionally in their life cycle of, like, Rikku and Waka are both, like, super young, like, they're immature, they're not willing to, like, broaden their mindset at all. And then you've got Kamari and Orin, who are, or sorry, Kamari and Lulu, who are kind of like the middle road of that, of like, they understand that there's a lot that they don't know, they keep their mind open, but they've also lived enough life to understand that. And then Orin and Yuna are on the end of it of like, they perceive death a lot, they realize that it's just a gateway to like another part of their existence into another life type of thing.
Okay. So I just need Waka and Titus.
So if anybody ever needs a video game dissertation, there you go.
Ah, damn!
And the spot that Titus fits in, he actually fits into all three, because if you remember the beginning game, he was like mega immature. Like, he didn't care about anybody himself. Whenever he first got to Spirit, he was like, the world has no consequence to me here because I'm going back home. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And now he's kind of gotten towards the middle of the road of like making sure that Yuna is taken care of. He shows a lot of shades pretty soon of like making sure Riku's taken care of because he views her as kind of a younger sibling, like you said. And then he pushes towards the Orin and Yuna area towards the end of the game. So he actually kind of fits all three of those molds. Oh, this is a big boy. He's not a boss or anything, by the way. He's just a really heavy enemy. He does have armor, fair warning. So armor break with Orin would be a very good recommendation here. Also, he is weak to blind, which Waka has.
It's for me to blind.
Yep, so dark. I don't know if it'll inflict it while his armor's up, though.
Ooh.
It doesn't look like it does.
Yikes. Yikes.
I'm fine.
One
I'm
hit
fine.
KO. You are not fun, buddy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Said Iron Break?
Yeah, armor break. It should be under skill, I think.
Power Break, extra power.
Oh, never mind. You don't have armor break yet.
I don't have it yet, no.
In that case, you might want to flee using Titus. Because otherwise this fight will take a very long time. Like, he's got piercing, so... Yeah, I think he also has that counterattack as well.
Yes, sorry, dude.
Now, you did have power break, right?
Yes.
So you can use that to lower his offense, if you want.
Yeah, I can do that.
I I'm very sure this guy doesn't have anything to lance it. You can use the overdrive, but he does not have any lance it items.
Sorry, what?
Like how Kamari can lance it to get other overdrives, this guy doesn't have anything. There is somebody on Thunder Plains that does, but I don't remember who.
But this will still work for more damage.
Yeah, it'll still work. I don't know if he's got any elemental weaknesses, but for damage, yeah, it will work just fine. So like Stone Breath isn't going to work, and Self-Destruct will take you out of the fight, so you don't want to do that, but any of the others should be fine.
Do these all do about the same amount of damage?
I think so. Unfortunately, Kamari doesn't have a lot of good overdrives until like very, very late in the game. Probably his best one is White Wind, which gives you a bunch of buffs, but you're not going to get that for a while. I think the biggest draw to his overdrive is that you just have a lot of elemental variety to pick from.
What next?
But a lot of the time after using it, it's kind of just a feeling of like, oh, that was all that did?
Yeah, and he doesn't have any kind of...
Yeah, but do stick to the level 2 spells, not the level 1s. So Fyra, Watera, Blizzara, Thundara.
Time to get down.
It's, yeah, rotating the right stick. It requires like a very specific pattern and rhythm. That's why a lot of people, myself included, think it's the worst overdrive.
Yeah, it was not very...
Like even like usually the most you can get out of it in terms of hits is probably at absolute most 6, maybe 7. He is poison though. Yeah, and the poison killed him.
What? I'm not sure what happened there, but okay.
Yeah, poison. I'm like that's the nice thing about poison. Like if you put poison on a boss early on, which has one of my favorite ways that I've killed a boss in a game before, where they activated like a really high level spell, and it almost wiped my entire party, and then off screen the poison just killed them, and they just died.
Rip.
It was like, wait, what happened? Oh, it was really funny.
God, please.
That one on the left is an armored enemy, just so you know. You can still steal from it, it's just if you're going to attack it. High potion.
Ouch. Well, that one pissed me off. Well, damn.
Nope, it's a flyer, so it's going to be hard for Orin to hit it. I would switch and walk in and get the flyer out myself. Just because it can inflict confuse, because if it inflicts confuse on somebody like Orin and he attacks your party member, it's going to kill him in one hit. And you don't have any control over a confused party member. Speaking of which, luckily it was on Lulu, so it didn't really matter.
I know she's gonna attack me with her bear.
Ow. If for whatever reason she got a critical hit, nice. If for whatever reason you don't have any like Isuna or items to stop confusion, you can attack your ally with Yuna because that will stop the confusion. Once they get hit with a physical, they get knocked out. Same thing with sleep too. If they get hit with a physical attack.
No. Damn, Yuna. Come here. Whack.
You can probably go back to the sphere grid now. Those were like 4, 5s, and 6s, right? For how many sphere levels you had? It's
like,
the black circle that's towards the center
we
of
have
sphere
like
level.
5, 3s, 4s,
Yeah,
6.
that's enough to where you could probably consider going to sphere grid. Anything that's higher than like 2, you could probably consider.
If we go on and start messing with that, is that going to upgrade my health, or do I need to...
It can increase your max health potentially, yeah.
Okay.
it also, depending on what upgrades you get, might give you enough where you can start getting overkills more easily. No, you had it on the right one before. Yep. Cura, i.e. more powerful cure.
Okay, where the hell am I going?
You want to send him to go get Steal and Use.
And up.
And then just follow Rikku, basically. If you're going down the thief path.
Okay, what am I? Okay, so this is... That's HP. That's agility. That's... What the hell? Okay, so that's Pilfer. And this is Mug.
Oh, so that's the way you came from, so if you're trying to get Rikku to go through her thief path, you're going the wrong way with her. Because you can see all those nodes on the right that you've already activated as Kamari, and that's where she is on the grid, or heading that way.
Okay. So my main thing is I don't see anything connecting these. Like
There's not. You go through the bottom, and then that's like a little side path you can take. You go down through that to get to it.
Which means I have to go down through all of this. Oh my god. That's awful. Okay. So here, so I need to go...
Yeah, the question is...
Either way, I need to go down and up and over.
Yeah, the question is, are you planning on taking him through Thief, or are you going elsewhere?
Thief, probably.
If you're going through Thief, then you should probably go and get Use, which is the skill on the very far left of this circle that you're in. Yeah, because there's Steal, and then to the bottom, just below that, and to the left is Use. Which Use doesn't sound like an important command, but it will be very useful later.
Regardless, I need to come around here, and then up, and then I can go get Steal. So regardless for the next couple of
You have Steal. You need Use. Steal's already lit up. It's on that top left of the circle.
But it's got the green thing next to it.
That just means that Rikku has it as well. Because she started with it. Like, if you go and move to Riku's real quick. And then, like, move the cursor over there. See, she's already got them, so they're highlighted for her as well. But all the stuff that was lit up with Kamari isn't on hers because she doesn't have them.
Okay.
So the different lights on them just mean that other characters have that. So it's green for Rikku, it's dark blue for Kamari, etc.
So I already have Steal.
Yeah, but you need Use.
That one.
Mhm.
Okay. So I think I can go back up.
Yeah. Going backwards on the sphere grid doesn't cost you as many levels. It's like one level for every 4 that you move or something like that. And you don't have to go all the way down there to get it. You can just go to where the Steal one is that's already lit up, and because it's next to it, you can grab it.
And then I get to come back.
Yeah, and then just, at that point, follow the thief path. So you'll have to reroute. It looked like were you supposed to go down from this circle that you're in to continue the thief path?
So I think I'm supposed to go down and then up and then around.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like, if you check on lower circles, usually it's the skills that are going to tell you if you're going the right or wrong way.
There's a skill right there.
Yeah, so highlight over it and you can see what skill it is. And if it's a thief-based skill, then that tells you you probably need to head that way if you're going with your thief. Luck, yeah, that's a thief-based skill. Because that increases your critical hit chance. Which I don't ever personally use, but if you want to use it, go for it. Luck is a really strange skill in this game. There's not a lot of luck nodes out there, but it just increases your chance for crits. That's all it does, I think. Maybe it does something else, but that's the only thing I know it does. Alright, what is he getting?
He's getting strength up. And
It's a
he's
white
getting
magic skill.
Slow.
He's getting slow.
Slow.
So yeah, that's the opposite of haste. You inflict it on an enemy to make them not get as many turns.
Mm-hmm.
As you probably could have surmised.
Okay, so that's reflex. Special here real quick.
Reflex is not bad. That's basically the magic equivalent of cheer.
Mm.
It increases evasion and magic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Evasion for sure, since it's reflex, but...
There were a lot just right in a row there.
Yeah. That'll happen sometimes.
Sweet. Okay. The hell is Rikku going? Okay, so
You need to
we
follow
wanna go over
Kamari.
there.
Yeah. If Kamari is going down Thief, you just need to follow him. That's all you gotta do.
Bro.
You did it.
Okay. Okay. So I need to go over here to get these four.
Yeah, but before you confirm that one go back real quick. And this is a small trick. Move to where that HP that's already lit up on her grid is. That green H. Move to that one first.
Okay.
It'll make sense why. And then go ahead, confirm that one and then use spheres. Because if you'd gone all the way there, you would have missed that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This is why it's kind of helpful to like come in here every 2 to 3 levels, because if you make too many big leaps on the sphere grid at one time per movement, you can miss stuff like that. The upside is if you ever decide to use one of the spheres that you like actually put on an empty node for Rikku or Kamari, they're both gonna get it because they're gonna be right next to each other. So if you give like Rikku a strength up by 4, Kamari is also gonna get that strength up by 4.
Okay. Sick. Move here for now.
Dark Buster, yeah. So that's basically a more likely dark attack of like it increases your chances of inflicting that status.
Okay. So
Yeah, you can go down there and collect those if you want, and then just come back and swing back around again.
yeah, I'm gonna do that. Stay right there.
They're probably like magic defense nodes or something like that. Well, he could definitely use that. Magic, that will probably never come in play, but there we go.
I'd be like that.
Honestly, for the one evasion point or the one accuracy point, it was probably worth doing that. That's the weird thing about having the grid is you're like, oh, like 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, that doesn't seem like a lot, but man, they make a big difference.
Okay.
And go heal, everybody.
Oh.
And get struck by lightning.
Immediate punishment.
See what I mean? Like, unless you're going out of your way to do the lightning bolt dodges, it's just better to just ignore that, because it's just something to distract you.
Okay.
He's got a resistance to thunder, but otherwise no elemental weakness.
I don't even
Up to you, really. Hey, there you go.
Never mind.
Too
I
bad.
didn't do that anyways.
Too bad. Yeah, it's not that big a deal.
I didn't want to do that.
I will say, like, of all the games I've played, this is probably the game where the, like, runaway / flee command is the best, because even though only Titus has it, it can't fail, like, at all. It just instantly lets you escape. Normally, if you try to run with somebody else, there's a chance that you'll fail, depending on how many turns have gone by. And if you fail, you basically just lose your turn. This one, like, if you need to flee a fight, you can just switch to Titus and then just run out of the fight. Where it's just like, I don't want to deal with that, it's going to take too much time, I'm leaving. Or later on, as you'll see when you get to an area called the Arena, where you're going around capturing all of these monsters. I've already captured these monsters, I don't need to fight them, and they're not worth the experience. I'm leaving. Stole a soft. I hear more rain, I guess it came back.
She has not moved. I think she's stoned.
Did you get petrified, potentially?
Yes.
Yeah, you can use the soft to cure that, or Isuna.
Can I just finish the fight?
I would honestly cure it, and here's the reason why. If somebody gets hit with a physical attack while they are turned to stone, it destroys them. Not kills them, destroys them. Like, you cannot bring them back.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
So Cure will fix it?
Isuna will fix it. I always have to remind myself that one because it feels like it should be Cure, but yeah, it's Asuna.
Reused him. Reused those two, so I think it's just...
I'm willing to bet it was probably that enemy that's left that petrified her, though, correct?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
So, like, typically, whatever item that you steal from an enemy, like that soft, for example, is what would be used to cure the status that they can potentially inflict. So, since it gave you a cure for petrification, that would be my guess. I could be wrong, but that would be my guess.
Bruh. I literally can't even react.
Right? Like, the minute you get out of the fight, it's just like... And it gets more annoying each time it happens, where you're like, okay, now we'll just... Oh my god. Like, it's just so annoying.
Okay, run!
Oh, there's a heal point right there. / save point.
Thank God.
Yeah, if you ever want to grind, like, because the monsters can attack you, like, literally right next to the save point, you can just, like, literally run in circles around the save point. And then once you get low on MP or whatever, you just go and touch the save point, and all of a sudden you're back to full health. So it does make grinding pretty easy, which is nice. Most of the time, the save points are spread out, I would say, pretty fairly. Of like, you have to go a little ways to get them, but it's not like, holy shit, where's the next save point? Save me already. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch the movie.
Hell yeah. Okay. Do that again. Okay, trade out 4.
Next fight you get in, I'll take control of the fight, and you should go look out there. It is coming down right now. It's hitting my door. That's the sound that's being made. The wind's blowing it that hard. It looks really cool.
Oh. Get him.
Bonk.
You good? There you go.
Nice.
Proud of you, Titus.
That must have been, I must have misread that. Titus did 700, Walk only did like 100?
Something like that.
I must have misread it. There's no way. Like,
Right?
yeah, Waka's not quite as strong as Titus, but he's not that much lower than Titus. Maybe that was a 4 and I just read it wrong.
Okay.
Bonk.
Ow. Insofar as reaction time, I have no reaction time.
Oh, we get a cutscene.
Yay!
Everyone.
Rikku has another crisis.
Wait.
No,
Oh,
not
no,
this.
you
Not
have
this
a
time. This is a
crisis.
Yuna crisis. Different
I have
crisis.
something to tell you.
Okay, Yuna.
She's a lesbian.
I was
She's
gonna say,
actually
now
genuinely
is-
not interested in
I have
Seymour
to
because she
say
doesn't swing
now.
that way, right?
This is not the time.
It is definitely not the place where there's lightning everywhere.
Over there. Okay, can we get out with it? Let's go. Let's go. Come on, man.
Nice side boob right there.
Somehow, my bad feelings always come true.
I guess you're drama queen.
I've decided to marry.
I thought so.
It's because you're dumb.
See, look how happy everybody is. Because that's why she's marrying, right? To make everybody happy. Look how happy they are.
Why'd you change your mind?
For Spira's future and Yevon's unity. I thought it would be the best thing to do.
It's not.
That's not good enough.
That's not
Is
good.
Is it because of Lord Driscoll?
Granted, this was 2002, but I will keep beating the drum. It is not a sin to take care of yourself.
Show me.
I can't.
You can't help anyone if you don't help yourself.
Maester Seymour first.
No.
I will keep beating the drum.
I'm sorry, but this is... It is a personal matter.
No, it isn't. Get it.
You're kidding, huh?
You're kidding, yeah?
As you wish.
I'm sorry.
Just one thing.
I won't quit my pilgrimage.
Then it is fine.
No, it's not.
Wait a minute, Orin. You don't care? I mean, you're not gonna stop her?
I mean, how's he gonna stop her?
No,
but
I'm
also,
not.
like,
As long as she is willing to face sin, all else is her concern. That is a summoner's privilege, as long as she journeys.
I don't give a fuck about you.
But that's...
Yuna, just one question. Can't you just talk to Maester Seymour? You got to marry him?
Don't know. But I think it is the right thing to do.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Uni.
You've known her for like 2 minutes.
Quiet!
You tell that asshole, Rikku.
I wish
It's a shame that lightning can't listen because it's not a living thing.
I'll have to say something, and you're gonna laugh at me for taking this long to figure it out. Waka's
She says
weird
I'm
shoulder
sorry.
thing.
He says
It's where he carries his ball.
She's willing to face
That's why
sin.
that's there.
She's
Yeah.
privileged.
I did not realize it.
I will say, like, part of the reason it's harder to figure stuff like that is, and I do like this, is a fair few, especially on the guys, a lot of the outfits are very asymmetrical, which I actually like.
And being alone in that place, well, I didn't want to
Like,
think
Orin's is not symmetrical, Titus's is definitely not symmetrical.
Makalania Temple.
fair enough.
Hey!
Seymour there. We Guardians will wait until they're done and plan our next move. Understood.
And there we go. Alright, you want me to do this battle where you go look at the rain outside?
Yeah.
I left the door unlocked, so
Yeah.
just don't immediately step outside or you might get very, very wet as a result. Alright, let's see. Titus, you take care of that. You take care of that. There's the defend. And Himari.
No time to wait. Let's go.
Probably gonna start getting better soon, so I'm gonna have to drive at like 30 miles per hour. So it's gonna be an
We're so
hour
not
to
used to
get
driving in the rain. We're like, right, I forgot how to do this crap.
home. Right? It's like, oh shit, we gotta get this all figured out.
Okay, I'll clear. It was weird. I was like, no, I have to remember how to use these menus because I haven't played on my own personal file in a very long time.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, plus. Yeah.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Took
I just paused it so the lightning wouldn't start hassling you.
I appreciate that.
Speaking of being hassled,
Oh, shit.
I would run from that fight. That looks like more than trouble that it's worth.
Well, there goes Yuna.
Oh, I went for Kamari instead. Yeah, I would switch to Titus and just leave that fight straight up.
Bye. Later.
I'm busy
I'm
charging
good.
my headphones, so what line did he have while flaying? Was it, I won't go so easy on you next time?
You didn't say anything.
Ah, damn. He's got some really funny ones of like, well, I'll be right back. Yuna took a bit of a beating on that one, not gonna lie.
10 health left.
Apparently even the monsters are like, don't marry Seymour, we will stop you at all costs.
No, it's same though.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You'd rather be dead than hang out with Seymour, that's pretty bad.
Yep.
It's like that old Billing Ball joke of like, the reason that the dinosaurs are extinct is they'd rather be dead than hang out with Barney.
Fair enough. Wow, y'all.
That was timed really well.
Yeah.
I don't know if the mic picked that up, but there was a lightning strike in the background. Man, I was starting to think like it was impossible for rain to occur. It's so nice being able to hear it. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. It's like the inverse of that Japanese poem where the sun goes into the cave and vows never to come out again.
Right?
Also, more importantly, it might drown the moths.
Kaboom. Okay. Titus was already out. Really, it's only Rikku and Raka? Right?
I believe so. Probably a soft or a high potion, yep.
Raka. Nice.
The irony of somebody that uses petrification getting petrified.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, go ahead and no, well, maybe we'll still let you go back. Oh, no, there's a save point right here. I was going to say, this might be a pretty good stopping point here. You just finished Thunder Plains, and I'm pretty sure there's a save point. Because if I go back and level grind for you, that would probably be where I would go. Would be Thunder Plains. Yay! You did it! You didn't get electrocuted. Well, I mean, you did, but you didn't die. So it's not technically electrocution unless you die from it. Yeah, there should be a save point just ahead. I think Orin might talk to you for a second, but...
You're worried about Yuna.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, because he's in love with her, obviously.
The simplest answer would be, in exchange for agreeing to marry him, she hopes to negotiate with Seymour.
Negotiate
He's
what?
planning to do something awful. His father is telling her
All by herself.
he murdered his father, and she is trying to prevent
She's
Seymour
strong,
from
but Seymour is the better negotiator.
doing something
then,
with
why don't we do
Sin.
something?
I mean, you weren't very specific, but yes, you did hit all the marks. Yes, you did kill his father, as you probably could have guessed.
I just don't get it.
What do you mean you didn't trust that face? His fucking creepy ass, like, veins that are bulging out of his head.
Caught up in whatever it is she's planning.
She's going to marry him and then
Yeah,
kill him.
that's what I thought. But that makes me worry even more.
Wasn't there a famous serial
She
killer
just
that
tell
did
us.
that?
It's called a Black Widow serial killer.
Oh,
It's
just a type,
profile.
not a specific one. I mean, maybe
There's
I
been
was thinking of a
several.
specific one, but
Yeah, there's been several.
enough to make a generalized term for it.
Yes.
Like marry them, get all the insurance money, kill them, and then collect. Rinse,
Well,
slather,
it's-
repeat.
And it's funny because whenever a woman does it, oh, she's a Black Widow, she's a husband killer. But whenever Henry VIII does it to his wives,
Yeah.
he's the king of England.
Yeah, it's like that was more of a power issue of the fact he was king, really, rather than specifically the fact that he had a penis. It was related, but not the sole reason.
Sorry. It's funny how calm I was. Maybe it was because I'd realized that Yuna wasn't marrying Seymour for love.
Literally, what part of this made you even remotely think
It
that
was
it was
just
love?
her duty. Something she had to do before returning to her pilgrimage. That's what I kept telling myself anyway.
Literally, what is the
And,
indicator for
well,
it being
maybe.
anything else?
I realized that Yuna and I'd never,
Yuna, let's go.
Yeah, like, I think the closest thing you get, and again, it's been like 6 months since we saw it, of like, whenever she first meets Seymour, she's like, stricken by him, but not in the romantic sense, more of like the wow, he's really knowledgeable sense.
Yeah,
But that's simply due to the fact that he's been around longer.
Yeah. Well, and he has like this big, like,
Yeah, he's also like a full foot taller than her, probably more if you count the hair.
well, he's like this big official person. Like,
Yeah, he's like an actual marquise. She doesn't really have like any specific lineage royalty-wise. It's just she's doing something that the people appreciate. It would be like royalty versus like a firefighter type of thing. Of like, yeah, everybody appreciates them, but they don't have like a level of power of like, yeah, they can control what legislation does or anything like that.
Exactly.
They're more of the people's hero, if anything.
Yeah, it's still pretty great. Like the graphics, I mean, they're a bit inconsistent given the because this is the remastered.
This is the remaster, so I think that's part of the problem. Yeah.
Because there's some parts that they have very obviously remastered, and parts where they didn't really do it all that well.
Phoned it in.
But like, there's some. There's some pretty good stuff there. I've been impressed with it so far.
I'm impressed with like how fast we got back into like remembering the gameplay and all that.
Right?
I thought that was going to take a little bit more time to get that learning curve back, but no, that picked up pretty easily.
I'd also like to draw attention to this because I don't think this one, that second, that file right here, I don't think this one is finished all the way, right?
It was, yeah. It's just the airship is the easiest spot to save.
Okay, because this is nearly 100 hours, and we're at 17.
Yep. I told you, you're not very far through the game.
Jesus Christ.
Remember, bear in mind, like, with the Al-Bhed primers, you've got, like, half of those, and, like, the bulk of the end game does not have any. I don't remember where the last one is offhand, but, like, yeah. You don't get the airship till probably about the 3/4 mark, maybe? I might be pushing it, but, that's why, like, backtracking isn't too big a deal, because once you get the airship, you can go back to any area you've been. Like, any of those save points you passed, all of those are spots you can go to. All of them. So, like, at that point, it becomes very easy to backtrack. But yeah, no, the other thing is, there's a lot of side quest stuff to do. Like, the monster arena of capturing 10 of every enemy in the game using, like, specific weapons. It's not anything required, it's just a side quest. The fucking chocobo race, the lightning dodging, the butterfly game. Fuck the butterfly game and everything it stands for. Which is in the area that you're going through. It's awful. Of, like, you have to, like, navigate through hitting blue butterflies and avoiding red ones because they do a battle in order to get underneath a certain time. But the problem is, like, as you've seen, this game doesn't exactly work with, like, very tight, narrow controls well. And the problem is some of the butterflies are blue on one side and red on the other.
No.
Which means that you're trial and erroring and having to go back every time you make a mistake.
Jesus.
The Blitzball games, obviously, which I actually do like the Blitzball quite a bit. What else is there for side questing stuff? All the stuff with the Aeons, as you'll run into Belgamine later with all the fights she has. There are a couple optional dungeons. There's getting all the ultimate weapons. There's like a bunch of extra content in the game. And it'll probably be a mix of, like, some of it we'll do off screen, and then some of it I'll do off screen and then, like, have you do like 2 or 3 runs, because like we're not doing the chocobo race on screen. Like that's something that like after the game, or after like Angry Video Game Nerd got popular, that was like the first thing everyone was like, he needs to do this, because like that's his thing, is like he plays stuff that's uber difficult, and that was like overwhelmingly the first request was doing the chocobo race. Because the final one you have to race against the trainer, which initially doesn't sound that bad, but the way it works is there are birds that try to intercept you to like slow you down, and you take a time penalty each time you get hit by one, and there are balloons that you pick up to lower the time penalty. The overall score you need to get time-wise on the race is 0 seconds. You have to pick up a balloon every 3 seconds and not get hit by a single bird, and the trainer can steal the balloons. Like, they can cut in front of you and take all the balloons. It is rough. And it's not the hardest thing in this game at all.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The butterfly, I would say the butterfly game is worse. The lightning dodges, while a pain in the ass, aren't that bad as long as you get the time. Then it would be the chocobo race. Then it would be the butterfly game. The arena is just time consuming. The blitzball is time consuming, but neither of those are hard. There's probably another like extra mode I'm thinking of. Some of the optional dungeons are kind of a pain.
That is...
But yeah, for my money's sake, it's the butterfly game and the chocobo race are the 2 worst things to do.
Mm-hmm.
That chocobo race is brutal. And unsurprisingly, all of those things give you like the crests and the sigils that are necessary to get the ultimate weapons for individual characters.
What a nightmare.
So like, don't necessarily need them per se. You can beat the game without the legendary weapons, no sweat. But they also have stuff on them like break damage limit, so you can get past the 99.99 cap.
Well, there you go. And then you're making, tons of damage.
Oh yeah, like ridiculous amounts of damage. So it'll probably be something of like, yeah, we'll show like a vague idea of what this is like, and then you can imagine doing it for 5 hours per event. But we're not going to be showing it for 5 hours per event.
Nope.
Like, I remember when NCS streamed the remake of this, like, he had obviously his different streams. He had a stream that was just dodging the lightning bolts. That's it.
God.
Nothing else. Just dodging the lightning bolts. And he did it pretty quickly, mind you. He had the no encounters weapon. He, like, had the strategy for it. He only messed up, like, a couple times, but not many, thankfully. And
but also depending where in the process.
Yeah, like, if you're going for 200 and you screw up on 199, guess what you're doing again?
Yep.
Which means that most people have like a clicker or a counter or something to make sure that they're keeping on top of it, as I did whenever I did the lightning bolt dodging.
That's ridiculous.
The only upside to doing that is, A, you'll need the 100 for the sigil, and B, at least you're getting like rewards along the way. Like there's one for 1, 3, 5, 10, 50, like there are other rewards. And they're actually like not bad ones. You get stuff like a teleport sphere, which is very broken, which is... if you're on the sphere grid, you can teleport your character's node to any other character.
Damn.
Yeah, it's really, really good, especially once you're getting to post-game stuff of, like, if you want to make Titus a white mage and throw him towards the end of Yuna's grid to get holy, you just send him over there and he gets holy.
Sounds good.
That's it. That's all you gotta do. It probably won't do crap for damage, because Titus isn't a white mage until you get all the magic upgrades, but you could do it.
Why not?
And Titus actually is sort of a white mage in a way. He does get white mage stuff. He's got haste and hastig and slow. He doesn't get any black magic stuff naturally. I think the rain might have stopped. Either that or...
It might have just slowed down.
It definitely doesn't sound as violent as it was.
Yeah, no, it's definitely still raining.
Yeah. It could also be... I can't hear it over the the AC going off. I think I have it set to auto right now, so it might just be going off naturally. Alright, well, thank you all for watching, and we will see you relatively soon for more Final Fantasy X.